Good morning and welcome to the 4th annual Suncoast High School Football Kickoff Media Day. I'm John Massoni here at Carroll GMC for our annual Media Day for the 3-county area and the 941 area code, Charlotte County, Manatee County, and Sarasota County. Today we were going to start off with Port Charlotte Pirates, and I'm going to send it over to my buddy Rich Spitaleri and Xavier McKnight from ABC7 to go ahead and start taking the questions to the guys.
All right, before we do that, Carroll GMC is our signature sponsor, and they did a great job. The setup here is fantastic. Service, selection, experience, what car buying should be. Who can make you drive with a smile? Carroll can on the beautiful island of Venice. Xavier, you want to start us off?
Absolutely. We welcome in head coach Jordan Ingman and the Port Charlotte Pirates here this morning. Coach, guys, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us, guys. This is awesome. It's great for the players, so we're excited to have this opportunity today.
So a record of 11-3 in 2025, going all the way to the state semifinals before losing to Jones, but taking that next step. And Coach, you talked about this in 2025 as well. It's about taking these gradual steps of progression, and we saw that with this team last season. So before we talk about looking ahead to 2026, what were your biggest takeaways from 2025?
Oh man, that's so far ago. That's like I should have prepared better, and I should have known you were going to ask that. How I'll remember 2025, like I tell our players, like how you affect people is how you'll be remembered, not your stats. And the players on that team were very special. You know, Madre Green comes to mind, and several. You know, Madre is going off to play college football on Sunday, and he trained with us all summer. And the grit and really what Madre's overcome in his life embodied that whole team. You know, I think it was 8 one-score games. I've moved on, and I think we won 7 of them or 6 of them, something like that, a high number of them. But I'll never forget that team's ability to overcome hardness that we talk about. And, the Jesuit game, sticks out. You know, Eli's with us. Logan's got some sickness this morning, so he's not with us. But, he made a huge play and late in the game. But what I remember by that game is being down by 2 scores with 3.5 minutes left. And the team's ability to continue to play every rep. I mean, there was people leaving the stadium. And, I was told stories about people listening to the cheers in the parking lot and being amazed at what was going on. So I'll remember that 2025 group as a special group that cared a lot about each other. But when things were really hard, that one time did they buckle and fall apart. And that's the thing I appreciate the most about that group.
Coach, who are your players that you have here with you today?
All right, so we got Bruce Blandon, two-way stud. He's been running the Port Charlotte Bandits in Charlotte County for many years. Plays running back, outside backer, can play inside backer. He's got multiple offers. He's been offered as an inside backer, an outside backer, and a running back. So he can do several things. Patrick Joy, defensive lineman. He's got several Ivy League offers. He plays all over the field for us. 4-eyed, nose guard. Kind of depends on the matchup that we're looking for there. Special young man. Eli Pearl doesn't need any introduction. I think I was told, I don't have social media, believe it or not, but I was told that he is the number 7th ranked wide receiver in the country right now.
Yes, that's correct.
Which makes my job harder, but he is a very special young man. And then down at the end, Wyatt Hill, probably the unsung hero of last year's team. Wyatt was a sophomore last year, started the year off as a backup, and became our starting center about week 6, right, Wyatt? And played at a very high level. We were joking about he's over 1,000-pound 3-lift total now. And when he started the year off last year in the weight program, he was only at about a 650 3-lift total. So you talk about some growth. He went from a boy to a man in a heartbeat. We needed it bad. We had some injuries, and he stepped up big. So that's the 4 fellas we got today. All team guys, all on our team leadership committee. You guys know them as ball players. I get to know them as men, and they're special men.
Well, you make them men.
Well, they got great parents. I appreciate that kind of words. And, one thing I would like to say is when we achieve that success, I get too much credit. I get to work with 24 other coaches, 25 of us, and 6 off-the-field personnel. That is just incredible. And they care about the players. Mama Flowers, household name, right? Like, you can see them all nod their head. There's a lot of people make a lot of sacrifice to help develop the players. And, I'm extremely grateful for the guys and Mama Flowers and the whole team I get to work with.
Let me ask the guys some of the questions right here. Let me start off with you, Wyatt. Coach talked about your growth here, but you being on the offensive line in particular, you guys are the heartbeat that honestly makes that offense go. Like, no matter how well the skill position players are, the quarterback is, if your offensive line is not intact how you need it to go, your offense is not going to be able to go. How much pride do you take in knowing that you hold that type of power just out there on the field?
I love it. I take a lot of pride in it. It's my favorite thing. I couldn't wish for anything else, honestly. I love being an offensive lineman, and I love what I do. I have no problems with it. I love it.
Eli, I want to come to you next because you're the number 7th ranked wide receiver in the country, and those are spectacular numbers. But how do you not allow that to get to your head, per se, and you continue to go out and you continue to work and grow and continue to develop your game even more?
That's a good question. I just stay focused on the main goal, just working every day to just get better than I was the day before. And that's just the way I just don't let those rankings and, the stats just get to my head. I just focus on myself and my goals.
And the rest of you guys, feel free to answer this however the best way you can here. As you prepare for the start of fall camp here just within the next week and a half or so, what would you say is the biggest difference besides players coming and going, because that happens every year?
Not at our place. Not at our place.
Well, I mean based upon seniors graduating.
Oh, okay.
That's what I mean.
I got you.
Yeah. So based upon just where you guys were a year ago, what would you say are the biggest differences about the team, the program, and the culture within the locker room to where we are right now?
I would say our team has grown a lot. A lot of our guys did graduate. We did have a very young team. So I say our bonds have grown a lot. And through the summer, we had a lot of tough practices. But, we just helped each other push through it. And I think it's just going to make a gritty team this year. So
I got a question for Eli, and I was going to also ask it for Logan. Both of you have committed, okay? You committed to Florida. Logan committed to Florida State. Does that take a little bit of the pressure off? The fact that you've committed, now you can 100% focus on this year?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's like I don't got to worry about the recruiting process or anything. I can just worry about working on my craft and myself for this year. I'll say, yeah.
I think that's very important.
If it's okay, I'd like to. So I call it, over the years, I call it offeritis.
Okay.
And what happens is the media attention, like we're talking about how high school football, has become so publicized. And sometimes it's very hard for a young person to get that much attention. And now there are dollar signs, which we're very excited for the players for that, attached to these college offers. And not one time has these kids ever demonstrated what I call offeritis. And what offeritis is, you become bigger than the team. Your work habits slip and you think you've arrived. So Logan's obviously sick today, and Eli has done a tremendous job of maintaining humility and continuing to work on his craft. And I think it's harder now than ever for a high-level, highly recruited young man to stay humble. So I wanted to say that before we got, because you brought it up, and they deserve a lot of credit. Their parents deserve a lot of credit. For helping in that process.
It's actually very fitting to hear that because I've been covering SEC Media Days in Tampa all week this week, and I've had a chance to meet John Sumrall and some of the people in the Florida Gators program, and that's exactly what they embody right now, and that's one of the main things that he talked about too. Final question is for you, Coach, that I have. As you look ahead to this 2026 season, everybody wants to get those wins, of course. For this program, you took another step last year, as you said you wanted to do. How do you get to that even bigger step of winning in the state semifinals, playing in the state championship game, ultimately hoisting that trophy?
That's a great question. Our goal is to never to win the state championship, and that sounds probably weird to say today, right? Our goal is to develop generational changing habits in our players, what we talk about. And I think winning is a byproduct of developing generational changing habits. And that takes all of my time. So what I'm talking about from that is, I'm thinking about 5 things in my mind right now that we got to get better at on the grass. But then there's the off the field stuff too. Like, so-and-so is showing up late the third period, and so-and-so's got an F in biology. So I really don't have time to think about taking that next step because I'm so focused on everything today that's required to get to that next step. I think it's continuing to work. And I think the one thing that we've, done a good job as a staff is we have a tremendous amount of accountability inside of our program that every day creates competition and can hopefully block out, which is more external noise than we've ever had, which I'm very grateful. I'm so excited that the players get the attention that they do from y'all, and we're very appreciative of that. But we as a staff have to be very intentional on having mechanisms inside our building that blocks that out and continues the growth. So there's not one thing. I think it's 50 little things that gets there, because in those 8 games, like my wife and I were talking, a couple weeks ago about last year's season could have been totally different. If those one-score games go the opposite way, it's an average year. So the margin of error when you play these really good teams in those moments is so small that I don't have time to think about it. I got time to think about today and what we got to do today. And I know that's probably a boring answer, but getting better at today stuff would be my answer to that question, sir.
No, I appreciate the answer and appreciate your authenticity and your realism about this entire thing. Rich, that's all I have for him.
I have one other question. I noticed your schedule very challenging. I know in covering you in the past, I was here when you first got the job, and the strides you've taken to where the north side of the bridge is now where you want to be as opposed to the south side. When you got here, everybody was heading south. Now, you mentioned nobody leaves unless they're a senior and they go. Talk to me a little bit about the schedule, how you put it together. And I also love the fact, by the way, that the Charlotte game's not the 3rd game on the schedule. It's the last game on the schedule now.
I wish it was early. I lost that battle.
Really?
Yeah, because, it took a long time for our program that game can't define the season. Mm-hmm. And at that point in the season, we want to be focused on getting ready for the playoffs. But I didn't have as much support on that. So I like getting that game over with and moving on because I think our seasons are measured on championships, not on wins and losses, not on rival wins, on championships. Mm-hmm. District, region, state. Mm-hmm. And that time of year, I would prefer, to be focused on the playoffs.
I got you.
As far as the schedule goes, that's a really good question, and I think it's taken many years. When we started 15 years ago, we had 4 winning seasons in 35 years. So there was no confidence in the players.
Right.
And there was a lot of, and understandably, I'm a parent. I got 3 little kids. I would have had a lot of doubt in me at 22 years old. Like, I don't know if I would have had my son play for a 22-year-old. So I get it. So when we started initially, the first thing we had to do was win to create, winning culture.
Right.
All right. And then it became like, all right, now we're winning. Now how do we win in the playoffs, right? So as the years went on, now it's how do you win the last game, the big game. And there's no doubt in my mind last year's tough schedule in our tough district was the major contributing factor on us getting to the Final Four. So all those hard moments that we're going to go through this season, mm-hmm. those accumulate and give us the best opportunity to win in December and late November. So that's why the schedule is so hard. You learn nothing from mercy rule on a team. We're a clear the benches type of institution. Like, when we get up by 35, we want our scout team kids to play. We want to develop depth. But there's no adversity. Our kids grow when it's hard. Right. They don't grow when it's like they don't practice as hard. You can holler and scream and run and do all the deal you want, but it's just not effective. So the hard schedule, we think, gives us a chance to create adversity in hard moments, which will then benefit us when we're down by 2 scores with 3 minutes left against Jesuit.
Exactly.
So that's the purpose of the hard schedule. The other thing is this. When you play against as many talented players as we're going to play, all of their films get sent across the country too, and our players get seen by all those kids being recruited as well. Like our freshman safety last year who was starting, he played a really good game, and another school was recruiting a team that we were playing. They saw him on that tape, and they called and offered him a scholarship.
Wow.
So there's more opportunities for the players to get recruited by playing a hard schedule as well. So there's multiple. Now the hard thing is with social media, when you lose, people fall apart. So the players get bashed and the coaches get bashed, and a lot of teams aren't willing to go through those hard moments that is created by a loss. But we kind of self-insulate and self-isolate to where I'm not concerned with those. I'm more concerned with what's best for our team, and the hard schedule is what's best for our team. It's going to make us practice better and hopefully create those hard moments that help later in the year.
Well, Coach, we certainly do appreciate you and the gentleman with you coming here to our media day, and wish you nothing but the best of luck. you start off with Riverview in the Kickoff Classic, and that is probably the game of the week.
I bet. Mark Cristiani is a good friend, a ton of respect for his team and his players, and I do know one thing: Riverview will be in shape, they'll be tough, they'll be physical, and they're going to reveal where we got to get better very fast. So we look forward to the challenge.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Thank y'all.
you, Coach.
All right. All right, and we will come back. Riverview will be on the dais when we return. We'd like to thank our sponsors and local community businesses who have contributed to this today. Brewburgers, Bruise-A-Bagel, and Brewburgers Back Porch. Also Furniture Warehouse of Venice. Professional, knowledgeable, and fun. See Michelle, she has only one L. We'll be back.
back here at Carroll GMC, and the Riverview Rams are next up on our media day.
All right, thank you, John. All right, we are pleased now to be joined by head coach Mark Cristiani and the Riverview Rams. Coach, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Who are the players that you have with you?
Thanks for having us. Thanks for Carroll GMC putting this on. I got some of my most promising, some of my most talented, some of my most committed players here today. I got Pino Parks. He's a cornerback. I got Casey Escueta, another cornerback. Logan Carrillo, our quarterback. Miles Paziquis, our defensive end tight end, and Kane Colazzo, our guard, nose guard.
So let's go back to last season here for a second just to start things off. You guys went 9-2-1 in 2025. You lost to Sumner in the playoffs of last year, but great strides as a program. And for you as a head coach in your first year, it feels like this team got back to the standard of Riverview Rams football that the community has gotten used to. What have been the biggest things that you would say that you all have been working on just culture-wise throughout the off-season and the summer leading up to fall camp?
Yeah, it's a tremendous question. Business as usual. We're going to hold kids accountable. We're going to work them really hard. We're going to love them. We're going to try to get them better at life and get them better at football. Same thing we've been doing since day one.
Let me come over to Logan here for a second because I first interviewed you when you were a sophomore 2 years ago. What would you say from that point then to where we are now are the biggest lessons that you have learned about being a play caller, the leader of the offense, and just a leader in that locker room?
I would say just being able to respond to adversity and being consistent and, being able to put in the work day in and day out regardless of what's happening around you.
I know the season ended last year in a little bit of disappointment with the playoff loss to Sumner. Has it been fuel for you guys as you go through the spring and into the summer?
Well, I tell you what, 100% it's been fuel for us as coaches. I believe, and no discredit to Sumner, they had a heck of a team and they're well coached. I think our errors as coaches cost us that football game. So that's something we've owned as a staff. That's something we're committed to not repeating. And it definitely got us better this entire offseason, something I thought about a lot. And used it as fuel. But also I think you can learn a lot of lessons from when things don't go well. Yeah.
As you go into the second year of your era here as the head coach here at Riverview, because you were here for many years simply as an assistant on the staff, you were gone for a few years, and then you came back after you were hired as the head coach. Do you feel that the imprint of the locker room is officially player-led and not necessarily coach-led per se?
Well, I think that's something you're going to deal with year to year. Because every senior class graduates, you look at graduating 25 guys usually, it's going to be a big change in your culture year to year. That is something I have really, really pushed on our kids. And as the offseason progressed, we gave them more and more buy-in, more and more leadership opportunities, and more opportunities to take over the team and let it transition from a coach-led to a player-led. I don't think we're there quite yet, but I'm glad we got a few more weeks before we play a football game.
Let me ask the players a question here. Guys, talk to me about the camaraderie in the locker room and also outside of the locker room as well, because those team building moments, those bonding moments that you have together away from football, that's going to play a big role into the culture and how well team chemistry is going to develop throughout the season.
Honestly, I feel like the bonding off the field is more important. You come in with your boys, and I feel like the chemistry plays a big role, especially in bigger football games. You trust your brother more. I feel like last year we had a really well culture with Coach C coming in. We had some big leaders just to show me the ropes. I was younger last year. I was only a sophomore playing my first year on varsity. So I feel like the older guys to show me and give me the ropes is a big step to make me play where I am today.
Tell you what, I covered Riverview for quite a few years, and just even from last year to this year, the one thing I noticed, the schedule. Your schedule this year is incredibly challenging. Your trip to Palmetto, you've got Manatee, obviously you've got the district games, Booker, Naples, quite a challenging schedule. I'm sure that's intentional.
Yeah, well, last year it was insane because I got hammered for having a cupcake schedule. And it's the same teams this year. So generally you signed a 2-year contract with teams. So they're just the same teams that we played last year, but they are all gotten better, and hopefully we have too. Obviously, we added Booker, who's going through a tough time right now, so I don't know even what that looks like. But we wanted to get back to playing county games that were very important to the community, very important to us, and it's something we take a lot of pride in, performing well versus county teams. So really the schedule hasn't changed much, maybe 1 or 2 swaps, but everybody around here is continuing to get better, which is really, really awesome to see.
The Kickoff Classic against Port Charlotte really gets things started off before you go into the regular season. What do you know about this program going into that game that you feel is going to help you as you come out of that game?
Well, I tell you what, after seeing them at Media Day, I mean, goodness gracious, they're good-looking kids, man. Coach Ingram does a great job. His staff does a great job with them. When you play Port Charlotte, you know they're going to be disciplined. You know they're going to be physical. They're going to be well coached. They're going to be in the weight room every day. Just a class program. I love playing them. It's a great litmus test for your season. And if you have deficiencies, they will show you where you're weak at.
And that's what you want, right? As a coach, you want the Kickoff Classic. It's a preseason game, and yet you want to have something on tape. You want to take it back to the guys and say, hey, listen, here's what we need to do. Here's what we need to do better. Because some coaches think the Kickoff Classic is just, a controlled scrimmage. But I know from where you come from, that's not the case.
Yeah, well, I think you can kind of use your spring game as an indicator for that too. And then obviously your Kickoff Classic. So if you don't scrimmage yourself in the spring game, you play someone else. That helps. Mm-hmm. You get an idea of where you're at. And then when you go and play another quality program, you get another opportunity to kind of see exactly where you're at. Last year was a 1-possession game, got down to the last drive, and they did a heck of a job. It was a huge learning experience for me as my first game as a head coach. Some things I needed to do better, time management wise. But we're looking forward to that opportunity. We know they're going to be exactly who they've been since Coach Ingram has been there. Tremendous amount of respect for that whole program. They do a great job.
Final question I have for you, Coach, you or any of the guys can answer this. It's a 3-part question here for you. Is there a team motto or slogan this year? If so, what is it? And the final part of that question, why is that the team motto or slogan if there is one?
Okay, so every year we have a theme. Last year our theme was constant improvement. Okay, this year our theme is sacrifice. Okay, so we know in our program we ask our guys to sacrifice a tremendous amount of things. Their time, okay, their comfort, and their ego. So if we can do those 3 things and our guys are willing to sacrifice and we can continually get better, I think we're going to be a heck of a team. They can speak on that. We spent an off season teaching them and showing them what sacrifice for others looks like in various forms, some more physically uncomfortable than others. But these guys have answered every bell. They've done a tremendous amount of hard work, put in a ton of time, and I'd love for them to just talk about it.
Yeah, I definitely say I've learned a lot about sacrifice and stuff like that, and whether that's waking up early when you don't really want to, and this off season and working out and having to sacrifice kind of your life outside of football to make sure you're doing the right things and just doing the right things.
The part with sacrifice, I mean, waking up early and putting basically your whole life into the game. I mean, I feel like I put the last 6 years in my life into football, and the coaches make you want to sacrifice, and the players make you want to sacrifice for the team.
Yeah, I just feel like going back to the sacrifice part, we have hard moments in the weight room where we all got to bond together and make sure that we're doing the right thing to get through it. And I feel like us being exposed to those moments of adversity in the off season will allow us to, understand what we need to do in those sacrificial moments to come out on top in the big games that we have.
The big thing on sacrifice, there's some days I just don't want to do it. But I realized those days are the days what got me better and what separates me from others. And I feel like sacrifice is a big thing in my life. Looking at all my other, for example, my friends and stuff, they don't do the stuff I do. I just feel like sacrificing is a big life lesson.
Yeah, just for me personally too, I just feel like I'm sacrificing kind of my personal pleasure for the team. I'm thinking, all right, if I don't push myself here, when it comes to game day on Fridays, I'll be letting one of my brothers down. And we got our guys here, and this is their last year. So if we don't ball, they don't get another opportunity. So when I get on the field, I definitely want to just leave everything out there and just make sure I'm pushing myself to the best of my ability so that my teammates aren't let down, that we didn't end up with the result that we wanted. So yeah, for sure, sacrifice has just been a big point throughout our entire summer. And we're just going to continue to get better and keep going with one another and just building our bond as brothers.
Sounds like sacrifice equals commitment. At least
in a lot of senses.
what I'm listening to.
Yeah, absolutely, in a lot of senses.
Absolutely. No. Well, Coach Cristiani, we certainly do appreciate you and your gentlemen taking the time to come down here, and wish you nothing but the best of luck and a safe and healthy season.
Oh, we're happy to do it. Thank you so much for having us. Go Rams.
All right. There you go. Mark Cristiani and the 2026 Riverview Rams. Again, Carroll GMC is our signature sponsor, and that's where we're at today. Service selection and experience what car buying should be. Who can make you drive with a smile? Carroll can on the beautiful island of Venice. Up next, the Lemon Day Manta Rays. We'll be back.
Back again here at Carroll GMC. Real quick, want to thank Brew Burgers, local restaurant here in town. They brought over a bunch of bagels and stuff, so we appreciate them doing that for us and the kids and the coaches. So go out and support Brew Burgers. They've been a big supporter of our media day since the beginning. Right now, we're going to get back to the interviews, and it's the Lemon Bay Manta Rays up next.
All right, and in addition to Brew Burger, Brew's a Bagel, and Brew Burger's Back Porch, also some tremendous sponsors, as well as Furniture Warehouse of Venice, professional, knowledgeable, and fun. See Michelle, but she only has one out. All right, Coach Jason Mensing of the Lemon Bay Manta Rays on the dais. Coach, thank you and your players for joining us. Tell us who's here with it.
Yep, thank you for having us, of course. I've got our three captains for this year. We have Jesse Hatcher, who's sitting next to me. He's an offensive and defensive lineman, returning starter for us. Had a great year last year as a junior, and we're excited about his senior year. Colton Davis, who's sitting next to him, is our starting quarterback. He's a junior this year and was the starting quarterback of the JV team the year prior. And then at the end is Corey Baker. Corey is a third-year starter for us in our secondary. We'll probably get in the backfield a little bit this year as well. And it's been a great player for us for 3 years and is a great young man.
4-6 record in 2025. That's obviously not what you guys wanted, but what would you say were the biggest takeaways from that season that are going to lead to better results this year, not only just on the field, but just going throughout the process of the season, building character, building culture within the locker room?
You know, last year we felt like it was a great step forward. The year prior we were 1-9, and we had some challenges within the locker room in that first season. Last year we had a very tough schedule. We finished 4-6. We were very competitive in most of our losses as well. And we played very, very hard, physical football, had a pretty productive offense, and started 6 sophomores on the defensive side. So we were a very young group defensively. So our points against weren't necessarily what we were looking for, but with the young group we had out, we thought that would probably bode well, you know, obviously for this season and moving forward. Culturally, we feel like that we've even made another step since that point. Our kids have worked really hard. They've had a great attitude. We had a great off season, and with a lot of guys coming back, we're really optimistic to what we can be this year.
You made a major change. You're now part of the Sunshine State Athletic Association. I've talked to you about it in the off season, but let everybody know why the change and what you think it's going to do for the program.
Absolutely. So first off, the Sunshine State's been around for a long time. It's been around since 2006, and the Atlantic School Division that we're in has started to grow over the last 5 or 6 years. The big thing is it's a philosophical thing. We're a big believer in educational athletics, and we're a community-based school. We're somewhat geographically isolated. We don't have a lot of kids transfer in or out, and quite frankly, we prefer it that way. We prefer to work with the young men that are in our hallways that want to play Lemon Bay football and have a passion for our school and community. And the SSAA is kind of resembles that in their philosophy. Their belief system is competition without compromise is their vision statement. So it fits with who we are in our conference. We formed a conference as well called the Heartland Conference. There's 6 other schools: Avon Park, Lake Placid, Frostproof, Hardy, DeSoto County, and LaBelle. So us 7 are going to be competing, and all 6 of those schools are part of the SSA as well. So it matches that, and we'll have a league championship and all-league team and scholar athletes and other awards that we think are great for kids and are what the essence of what educational athletics is about.
And I imagine that it's just a tight-knit community all the way in general in the Lemon Bay community. Just talk to me about what it means to be able to, because you talked about you don't have too many kids transferring in and out. That allows you to be able to build stability and consistency. But just amongst the fan base and the community you have around you in general, what type of boost would you say that they give to that locker room and that group of players?
Yeah, and we see it on Friday night. You know, our attendance at our games, even when we're on the road, sometimes, you know, is bigger than what the home crowd is. And that's because we have that community. Friday nights in Veterans Stadium is a special thing, and it has been for a long time, and it will be for a long time because of that community that we have. One of our awards we give at the end of each season is 4-year awards. So kids who've been part of that program for 4 consecutive years, we honor those guys. And each year, right before giving out that award, I have all the kids raise their hand that played in the youth program. And, you know, it's about 90% of those kids had participated growing up within the community, and that's a special thing. It's unique in today's culture and world. And I hear about all these things going on in Sarasota County and Lee County, and it's just a different space. And frankly, I prefer it. I prefer to get deep relationships with our players over that 4-year period where we can truly know each other and have a bond and enjoy time together and create memories that are lasting well beyond the high school experience.
For the players in particular, for the guys who have been here since the start of Coach Minson being here, 1 win in 2024, 4 wins in 2025. So it's been a gradual progression in those first 2 seasons. Just talk to me really quickly about the change you already noticed within the locker room itself now compared to where you were a year ago going into 2025.
I see a lot of correlation between our teammates that we haven't had as much in the recent years. I see us all coming together, closer, tight-knit group, and it's not like we're excluding. In the past couple of years, it's been kind of like a hierarchy in the locker room. Like the seniors are like I guess you could say the big dogs, but now we've all come together in this last couple months and really have combined to be a great group.
Let me follow up on that question. You can feel free to answer it, but your teammates can also feel free to answer this too. When you say coming together, does that also include building bonds and strong team camaraderie away from the field and the locker room?
Yes, sir. That means, this last week we had a beach day. We had the whole team come out and go to the beach. And we, as the seniors, we try to set up as many team bonding events as we can, just off the field that we can become better teammates and better people together.
They keep challenging me to pickleball matches too.
That seems to be the thing these days, Coach. I thought it was also interesting. So I went through your schedule, and you mentioned Hardy's part of your conference. So is that a kickoff classic or is that an actual game?
That is a football game. So the SSAA, this is another piece of the educational athletics component.
Okay.
The SSAA actually starts in week 0. So week 0 is the first game week for SSAA schools. The benefit in that is obviously the playoffs can start earlier. So the FHSA week 11 is the first round of the SSAA tournament, and the SSAA tournament is a 4-round tournament. So the completion of that state championship game is the week prior to Thanksgiving. So now when you talk about, again, our school and our philosophy, kids playing winter sports, we want our kids playing winter sports. We want our kids playing spring sports. We want them it's their high school experience. They need to maximize it to the nth degree in soccer, wrestling, basketball are great opportunities not only for them to become better athletes, but have a great experience. So by us being done a little earlier, that limits that crossover that exists in the FHSA, making it much more natural for them to do those other activities. So that's another major benefit in our mind.
Final question I have for you is, does this team have a motto, a slogan, or a theme for this season? And if so, what is it?
We really don't. We haven't really established one yet. So, last year we went with finish. One of my things, this is year 24 as a head coach, I've always believed those things have to develop authentically. They have to come through that process. So I looked down immediately because I didn't know if they had something that they had conjured up yet. But at this point we have not developed that theme for this season. But I'm sure it will happen.
So let me follow up just simply by asking this, since there is currently not a theme for the team yet. What is it that you want the community to know that they should know about this football team that they're going to see when they not only see these guys on the field practicing, playing in games, but when they're out in the community?
Yeah. They're going to see high character individuals that have a passion to be selfless. So our mission and vision for our program is built around selflessness and grit. Those are their 2 objectives, is we want to build community and teach grit. And community to us is how we serve others. So, that's been our vision from day one. That will continue to be what the program is built around.
My last question for you. I know you're in year 3 now. You came from Michigan. I remember interviewing you the first week you came to town. And, there were a lot of differences, spring ball, the whole 9, the weightlifting. Talk to me about how comfortable you now are in year 3. I know it's been a growth process for you as well, hasn't it?
100%. And I'm an individual who's always had a growth mindset with everything. So, I'm far from having it figured out. But Pat Fox, who was a great coach in Michigan at Notre Dame Prep, just took a job in Ocala. And him and I were talking last week, and he was going through those very early stages that you remind me of. I think the biggest difference is just the comfortability with the players. I understand these guys at a pretty high level, and I think they understand me. And I don't know that was the case right out of the gate. I think they would kind of looked at me like I was nuts at times. But, at this point, I think that relationships changed with the whole group, with all, 85 kids that we have out there. And because of that, it makes our ability to build and improve, work on things much more authentic and real and how it should be. So the ancillary stuff, the change in routine and all that has gotten its own rhythm now. I think probably the biggest change that I had to make in there is the approach to summer. And in fact, we're probably more laid back down here summer-wise than I've been at any stop in my career. But in part of that is you're coming off of spring ball, and you have all this time. You have lots and lots of time down here. So you can't just grind and grind and grind and grind. It has to have an up and a down momentum to that work that you're putting in so that it stays fresh and it stays fun and the motivation level stays up. So probably the biggest change that I've had to make as a coach is how I approach summer and trying to keep that to be fresh, but still working on the skills and conditioning ourselves so that we're improving. Versus up north where that was a really critical time in development.
All right, Coach Jason Mensing of the Lemon Bay Manta Rays, thank you very much for joining us. You and the players wish you nothing but the best of luck starting the season on the 14th against RD, right out of the chute, and continued success and have a safe and healthy season.
Thanks, guys.
All right. That is Jason Mensing of the Lemon Bay Manta Rays. And again, Carroll GMC is our signature sponsor, and we are at Carroll GMC today. Service, selection, and experience, what car buying should be. Who can make you drive with a smile? Carroll can, on the beautiful island of Venice. The Braden River Pirates are up next. We'll be back.
And we're back here at Carroll GMC for our Media Day program. Before we get started with the Braden River Pirates, I want to let everybody know that behind the camera right now, there's a bunch of other stuff going on. We have some print media folks here and some people online I'd like to recognize so that you can go on their sites and take a look at what they're doing as well here at our Media Day. Matt Geller from the Florida sports scene. You can get him on Instagram at the Florida sports scene. Jarrett Rojas at Jarrett Rojas Talks Tampa on X. And there's also the word 941 Media is where he's from. Nick Wilson from USA Today. You can see him at Nick Wilson, USA T. And Emma Moon. You can reach her also at Emma, and it's EMMA. Hold on, I'll get it right. EMMAH Moon. So you can look at all their online stuff and see what's going on with pictures and different print interviews that are being done as well. So with that, Braden River Pirates are up next.
All right, thank you, John. Pleased to be joined now by head coach Rick Farmer and the Braden River Pirates. Coach, welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning. And to the players as well, thank you for being here. Coach, please introduce your players to us.
So I have alluded to Naslin Award next to me, quarterback, Maddox Hale, outside linebacker, Freedom McDaniel, offensive line and defensive line, and David Lewis, our starting running back.
So you're going into your first year as the head coach with this program. You had been the defensive coordinator last season, so you were on this team last year with the team that went 4-6. I know many are going to look at that and say, okay, that's a losing record, but it was actually a good step forward for this program when you consider where things were in 2024 and how they left in 2025. You going into your first year now as the lead man at the helm. First, let me ask, what have been the biggest differences for you and maybe even the biggest challenges going from being on just solely controlling the defensive side of the football to now being the head coach of the entire team?
I'm very hands-on when it comes to offense and defense, so that I've spent a lot of time with the offensive line myself. Just making sure that we're ruled up and doing things in the right way. From a head coaching standpoint, there's some differences where I'm really big into some of the small things because I believe if we take care of the small things, big things take care of themselves. So I think that was a little bit different for them. Just some changes, like me focusing on just things that maybe they wouldn't think of beforehand. Everyone looking the same, everyone dressing the same, making sure that we're 5 minutes early to everything we do. So those are little things that while they were stressed before, they're really stressed now, and everyone kind of understands that culture change.
And it is a culture change, and it has been a steady progression. Xavier mentioned the 4-6. The one thing that stood out to me, you didn't get any wins on the road, and just listening to you right now and talk about those little things, I'm sensing that that's probably part of the reason why you've implemented that stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely, that's just the way that I've always thought of coaching-wise, that you have to focus on all the small things in order to make sure that you don't have to worry about the bigger things. If I'm hard on them when it comes to all those little details, then the bigger things should take care of themselves. Of course, winning on the road is one of those things, that's adversity. So, creating some type of adversity in practice, too, is making sure that we understand how to play through adversity.
For the players, talk to us a little about how the off-season's been. How have summer workouts been for you guys?
We've had really good attendance. I'm pretty happy with where we're at. A lot of times this from the player standpoint, or you want me?
You feel free to answer,
okay. Coach. I'll let them go in a second. I'm sorry. But yes, I'm really impressed that we've had really good attendance. A lot of times you see a lot of transferring going on in football, and we haven't lost anybody. So I'm pretty happy about that. And we've had a really high turnout. I think we are a senior-heavy team, so we got about 17, 18 different seniors that are showing up very consistently as well and leading that group. Okay.
To piggyback off what you said, I feel like we have had a very good summer workouts. Just going out there and competing and getting better each and every day. I feel like the mentality has definitely changed, so pushing each other, not even necessarily the coaches having to push us, players pushing each other, helping each other get better each and every day, and it's going to help us going into the season. So I feel very, very good about it.
So would you like to answer the question as well?
Oh, no.
Okay. All right. So I do want to ask this question to you guys as the players. And, Coach, you can feel free to answer this, too. It's been a few seasons since Braden River has been able to advance into the postseason. And there's a lot of talk in the community when it comes to that, this program is just not what it used to be. I'm sure that this is a program of we don't pay attention to the noise that's being said on the outside. But do you use that as a chip on your shoulder, knowing that this is a place that Braden River used to consistently be and we want to get back to that?
I'll answer it first. When I look at it from the noise from the outside, so to speak, the last winning season at Braden River was 2021. So for us, that's something that I've talked about them is making sure that we are getting to that point where our culture change, so to speak, is we've had, when I first came in as a defense coordinator, we were primarily sophomore heavy. And so now those sophomores, 3 of those guys were on that team. They've started. And now they're 3-year starters. So turning the corner and making sure that we have an opportunity, to leave a mark for them. And I think they've really bought into that they have a chance to really change the culture here at Braden River. I think, like I said, 2021 was the last winning season. So it's a big deal to me, and that's something that we talk about on a very consistent basis, that we want to change the culture going forward.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, like Coach Farmer was saying, is the winning season. We haven't had a winning season since 2021, and Braden River used to be like a super winning school. We've been playoffs and all that. So I think the biggest thing, especially as seniors have been looking at, is just bringing that back. Like, everyone stop underestimating Braden River High School and just getting better.
And you guys have been thrown into the deep end of the pool district-wise. This is quite a district that you're in.
Yeah.
It's going to definitely be a challenge, but it sounds like everybody's ready for it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like I said, we're senior heavy, so we have a lot of experience. Some of those games that we won at the end. I think at least 2 of those games, we probably had game-winning drives towards the end of the games that we won those. So we're used to being in some dogfights.
Final question I have for you guys is simply this. Themes, mottos, slogan, does this team have one? And if so, what is it?
I'll take this.
Okay.
Our main motto since I was a kid coming into football games, and even now that I am, our slogan would be all in or in the way.
I like that one. Can you kind of explain a little bit?
So, like, if you're not all in, if you're not buying yourself into the team, you're going to be in the way. You're going to be holding back everybody else who are all in, giving their all. You don't want to be a lackey slowing everybody down. That's where it comes from.
Coach, I kind of picked out a couple of games that look like key games. The September 4th game against Lakewood Ranch. I mean, I think it's 2 programs that are in a very similar track. And I would think for you guys to be successful, that's a gotta get. And then October 9th against Southeast, I think that's another pretty important game.
Yeah, they're both really important. The Lakewood Ranch game is a rivalry game. Every time I've sat at graduation, I've heard somebody talk about the Lakewood Ranch game. So whoever it is that comes up and speaks for the students, they always talk about that Lakewood Ranch game and how big it is to win that game. So that's something that we haven't discussed too much, but when we get closer to it, we will definitely discuss the rivalry part of that. It's an extremely important game for us as well. And then, yes, Southeast will be our homecoming game, so that will be a big game as well. I know that our kids will be looking forward to that one. And so those are definitely 2 big games, but, each game is big for us. Like I said, we're looking at, changing the culture, changing the narrative. So we're really big into making sure that we get to where we need to be, and that's getting to a winning season.
Well, Coach, we certainly do appreciate you taking the time. Rick Farmer in his first year as head coach, but certainly not new to the program. Thank you and your players for coming. Wish you nothing but the best of luck and a healthy season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Rick Farmer of the Braden River Pirates joining us here at Carroll GMC. Again, thank you to some of our sponsors and local community businesses, Brewburgers, Brews a Bagel, and Brewburgers Back Porch, also Furniture Warehouse of Venice, professional, knowledgeable, and fun. Slow down. See Michelle. She only has 1L. The Venice Indians are on the dais next. We'll be back.
Back here again at Carroll GMC. Want to again thank Brew Burgers for doing their bringing their food over for us, bagels, you name it. Appreciate them doing that for us every year, and go out and support them where you can. With that, I'll bring up the Venice Indians for their turn on the interview.
All right, we are joined by Coach John Peacock of the Venice Indians, now in his 20th season at the helm. That means I'm getting old. You are too.
Yeah,
you are too.
Very old, yeah.
Hey, tell us who you brought with you on the dais, please.
All right, so we brought Tristan Neely, who's a returning starter at middle linebacker. He had 130 tackles last year, 3 sacks, 10 tackles for loss. And we have Faley commit, who is new to our program. Tristan's going to be a senior. Faley's going to be a junior. And then we have his twin, Desi commit, who plays outside linebacker. So they both actually just moved to Venice from Michigan this January.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So let me first pose this question to the brothers then. What is the biggest difference about football here in Venice, Florida, compared to where you were in Michigan?
The speed. Everybody's so much faster. and it's harder to guard them, especially our receiver, Tyron Mannings, and yeah, just much better.
I would say it's surprising how much everybody cares, like not just the players, but the community. It's crazy that I'll go out in public and people are like, hey, do you go to Venice? And I'm like, yeah. You guys are going to do so great this year. It's just nice to see that.
I would think the off season's a little different as well. Spring game. I know Coach is famous for his off season program. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, the off season. I mean, our first week down here was the most I've ever worked out in my life. I was very sore and just very unexpected. Didn't expect how much Venice lifts. It's just insane, but I love
it. This spring was Imai's first spring football season. Never thought it would be like that, but I almost felt like just a regular football season. How hard we worked. Every day we woke up, worked out, went outside, practiced. It felt like just a regular football season.
All right, well, Coach, I want to bring it back to you. Let's take a walk back to 2025, if we may. 9-4 overall on the season, but going all the way to the state semifinals once again. As we know, when it's postseason time, it's just different down with Venice and the Indians and the program that you have here. Now, for most people, just making it to the state semifinals, they're satisfied with that, but not this program. You guys fell short against Lake Mary. How well are you using that as fuel going into this season?
I mean, to be honest, we don't really talk about it. We talk about it a little bit when things start getting tough, and going to kind of remind them, at the end of that game, everybody's in tears and kind of upset. And, you walk away from that game and you some games you walk away and you lose a game and you're like, well, the other team was better than us, and that's just not the case. What we felt like last year, we felt like we were the better team. We felt like we just didn't play well, and we came up short at the end. We did some good things, did some bad things, but at the end of the day, we had one drive where we could have took control of the game, and we didn't. We failed to do that, and football's a game of inches, and it came down to basically an inch and a call by the referee. So you can't let it get that close, and you got to be dominant throughout the game. And so we prepare every day like it's a playoff game. When these guys come in, I mean, you can ask them. Every day is a challenge. They're challenged mentally. They're challenged physically every single day, and that's just kind of what we're kind of instilling in them.
Tristan, I want to come to you for a second since you're a returning player here on this team. Talk to me about your leadership and how you've grown as a leader on this team, the steps you've taken forward, and some of the things that you would like to continue to do on and off the field with this team when it does come down to being a voice of command or just an overall leader with this group.
I think it starts with the coaches. I mean, every day when we come, it's just the standard how they talk about it and how they just push us to our max. I think that kind of as you grow from being so young to end up being a senior, it kind of just installs that mindset in your head, you know what I mean? And it just kind of brings that fire into you, and it just makes you want to make everybody else and everybody around you better, you know what I mean? So it's just, it just makes us better, and we just want to win some games.
This year, they've created a new tier of playoffs. We have 6 classifications, 1A to 6A, no more rural, no more 7A. But there's also, the FHSAA has thrown in there a top 8 tournament, if you will. I don't know if they've given it a name yet or what have you.
Open Division.
Open Division, thank you. The Open Division, and looking at your schedule, obviously you kind of put that together with the opportunity to be in the Open Division in mind. Although I see a couple of glaring omissions from a couple of years previous, Port Charlotte and Cardinal Mooney. But talk to me a little bit about how you put the schedule together and what was your philosophy?
Well, honestly, scheduling for us is one of the toughest things that we do, or that I have to do, is find games. Our schedule is a little weaker than it has been in the past, to be honest, and that wasn't by design. That was just kind of how it worked out. Each year you go on a 2-year cycle, so you have a home and a home, or home and away, scheduled out. And for whatever reason, to be honest, I've been doing this 20 years, and I've been calling Port Charlotte for 20 years to play a game. For the last 17, they don't answer the phone. Okay, same thing with Cardinal Mooney. But now all of a sudden they feel like they have a team that can play with us, and it's like I'm on their schedule, and you're going to come to us, you're going to do this. I'm like, no, that's not really how it works. We're on a 2-year schedule. This is all new. We don't play the same teams every single year. Like, we're not playing Miami Northwestern this year. We're playing Reigns, and this is not the same week. It's a different week. So it's kind of like the mindset, like, why am I going to come do everything you want me to do when I've been calling you 17 years and you don't even pick up the phone? You know what I mean? So it's kind of like Indiana going to Alabama and saying, hey, you're going to come to us, you're going to do this. Well, no, that's not really how it works. You just showed up at the party. You know what I mean? We've been at the party for the last 20 years. So that was really kind of frustrating, you know, because trying to work out 5 home and 5 away, because that's exactly what we have this year is 5 home and 5 away. So it was just tough. It just didn't work out. And basically I was given an ultimatum on those, like, you're going to come play here. Like, we can't go play at Carter Mooney. I mean, that would be like us going to play at the Pop Warner Stadium. They can't even seat our band, but yet they're going to say, you got to come to us. That doesn't even make sense. Like, you don't have a facility to support our program, our band, our cheerleaders, our dance team. You know, they don't have a band. So it's a little different. And you got to kind of have a sense of, you know, what makes a little sense here. You can't expect to host Venice team when you don't even have the facility to do it.
Let me ask this question to the players. Based on what he just said in terms of teams feeling that they now have a team that they feel can compete with you guys, does it fuel something within you on those game nights? Say that if you were to have those teams on your schedule, does it fuel something within you knowing what he just said to show, oh, no, you thought? No, that's not the case. We are the Venice Indians. We are who we are, and you are who you are. No disrespect, but it's just different here. Does that fuel you?
Yeah, it does. You know what I mean? I mean, we've been dominating for years now, and we've been just really kind of running the show, and it's just like we have a couple, two mess up years, one little year where we don't really exceed how we usually do. But, I mean, you guys will see in the next couple of years that we're going to come and take that throne back like we usually always do. And
I don't think it's gone, by the way. And, you know.
They know who we are, and they know what we will and can do, so. That's for the future, Bob.
Coach, let me ask you a question here. 20 years of being at the leader at the helm here with this team, what is the thing that just lights a fire inside of you to continue to come back and do this year in and year out?
Well, first of all, to go on that, it took time. It took 10 years to get us right. And anytime you're doing something and that's going to hold and be substantial for an amount of time, it's going to take some time to do it correctly. You know, when you see these teams, and I'll use Indiana, like they're just a flash in the pan. I don't think that you're going to see Indiana for the next 20 years be a dominant program. I think you're going to see Indiana be back to where Indiana's supposed to be. And I think when you look across the state and you see these teams that were, you know, were 300th in the state or are 150, ranked 150 in the state, and all of a sudden the next year they're second, that's not going to last. It's going to crash and burn. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but I just think you got to build it right and do it right. And it took us 10 years to get it right, and now we're kind of just building off that each year. And each year is a different. It's just a totally different year. We don't take anything for granted. We don't. What we did last year or the last 10 years is not going to help us this coming year. So every year we start and we try to get better at what we do, whether it be in the weight room, whether it be on the football field, but we try to improve our program every single year through whatever means necessary. And we just continue to work harder and we get better at what we're doing, and that's just kind of how we approach it.
My final question I have, Coach, you can answer this, the players as well. What is your message to this community that you want them to know about this group in particular? We know what Venice has been for so many years here. We know how dominant of a powerhouse this program is. But when it comes to this group, what do you want the community to know about this group?
I can tell you it's night and day from I can just go off last year, that the way that they work, their mindset, their mental toughness has been off the charts. We had a great summer. We got some good kids that do some great things, so they just, come out and support us and support these kids that are doing some really, really good things, not only on the football field, but in the school and in our community.
My final question, I put together a little a synopsis, and I put some key games down here that I think are games you're going to be looking at. You got a game at Lakeland in September. You go to Rains in October. But then as I typed, I was like, oh, wait a minute. You've been telling me for 20 years the most important game is October 16th. That's Riverview. That's the county championship, because you've told me county championship, playoffs, state championship. So am I right on that, October 16th?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the games you mentioned before, the Rains and the Lakeland game, I think those games are going to depend on, I think they're going to be the deciding factor if we're in the open division or we're not. And our goal is to get into the open division and win the open division. And I think those two games are going to be the ones that are going to decide that. I think if you look at it realistically, and if we win one of those two, that we'll probably be in the open division. And that's our goal going into the season and what we're looking forward to. But always Riverview is a Riverview, and that is the main one and the one that counts the most.
Well, Coach, we certainly do appreciate you taking the time to join us here on the dais. You and your players, wish you nothing but the best of luck throughout the year, starting with the Kickoff Classic against Naples Gulf Coast, and continued success and a healthy season.
Thank you.
All right. Coach John Peacock of the Venice Indians joining us here at Carroll GMC, our signature sponsor for our high school football preview. Service selection and experience, what car buying should be. Who can make you drive with a smile? Carroll can. Located on the beautiful island of Venice. Out of Door Academy is up next. We'll be back.
back here at Carroll GMC for our 4th annual Media Day here in good old Venice, Florida. With that, we'd like to start off back again with the Out-of-Door Academy.
All right, and Carroll GMC is our signature sponsor. Service selection and experience what car buying should be. Who can make you drive with a smile? Carroll can on the beautiful island of Venice. Want to take this opportunity to recognize a couple of guys who are making this happen behind the scenes. Francis Haynes and Josh McClendon with Vibrant Aspect Media. They, of course, take care of all the Venice Indian games as well. We certainly do appreciate all of their hard work for helping put this on. Francis was here 7 a.m. setting everything up, so we certainly do appreciate it. It's Zach Hammond, the defensive coordinator for the Out-of-Door Academy Thunder. Zach is in for Coach Holloway. I spent all last 3 or 4 days trying not to say Holloway like I did last year, and then Zach comes in. But Zach, we certainly do appreciate you taking the time to join us. And why don't you tell us who you brought with you today?
Yes, sir. Appreciate you having us. So we got Bo Tack right here. He's a junior, 2-year returning starter. I would say he stepped in as basically the quarterback of the defense, our starting middle linebacker. Then we got Jackson over here. He's a senior. This is our quarterback, kind of leader of the team. So he's stepping into his first year, being the starting quarterback at ODA, but definitely have high expectations for him and excited to see what he's going to do.
Jackson, in your first year here at ODA as the starting quarterback here, just what are the changes you've already noticed, just like compared to what your football journey has been like so far?
Well, I've seen, like, we have a hard-working team, right? It's like everybody comes out, everybody puts the work in. We have a lot of leaders on this team, which I think is something like you don't see on many teams. Like, we have multiple leaders on all sides of the ball. So I would say like that's the biggest thing like I've seen here that like excites me for this year.
Out-of-Door Academy has certainly built a tradition. 8-3 last year, tough loss to Jupiter Christian in the second round of the playoffs. I know you guys want to go farther, but do you use that loss to Jupiter Christian as fuel for this year? I mean, is it something that's brought up pretty regularly?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, the last couple of years we've set a standard of winning, you know, and the hard work, watching it pay off year and year, trying to make it a little bit further, you know. So I mean, I think these guys feel that loss, you know, and what it feels like to not make that next step. You know, it's kind of a letdown, but using that, like you said, as fuel to the fire, you know, to make that advancement, make those next steps, and to really make that advancement as a program.
You know, when you look at the fact that, you know, you guys went 8-3 last year, it didn't end up how you wanted it to go, but you do have history of knowing what it's like to stand on top, winning a state championship in the 2023 season. Just what would you say are some of the small things that probably has to take place to get back to hoisting another trophy like you did 3 seasons ago?
I mean, it really comes down to what the kids want for each other, right? How hard they're willing to work, how hard they're willing to push each other, accountability. You know, it really comes down to that standard, and Coach Holloway says it all the time, ride for the brand. You know, we really got to all buy into each other and what the schemes are, what the concepts are, and really just hone in these guys making a decision what they want to do with this season. You know, we're driving the car, but they're going to make the decisions on where we ultimately go.
Got an interesting schedule ahead. You guys certainly don't duck anybody. September 4th, St. Stephen's. That's a game I know that gets circled a lot in these here parts.
Oh yeah, I mean the rivalry game's always a big one. You know, we have a ton of respect for that program, and you know, multiple years. It's always a big one circled on the calendar. We look forward to facing it up against them.
Bo, let me ask you a question since you're a returning player here on this team, one of the returning leaders on this team. The Out-of-Door Academy is a small, tight-knit community for the most part, but you guys have had great results for the past few seasons, and I know that fan turnout, especially on those Friday nights in the fall, is something special because I've been out there amongst that environment, and I see it for myself. How well do they give you that extra boost of energy that you may need as you're going throughout the gauntlet of the games? Do they help give you guys that extra burst when you're out there on that field?
Yeah, there's definitely just something special about the stadium there. There's a lot of energy, and I've definitely seen that growing over the years.
So, Sefner Christian, I noticed that was another game that was on the schedule, and it's on a Thursday night, actually, it looks like, October 8th. They're constantly at or near the top, just like you guys are. Talk to me how that came about, and it's a trip. I'm from Sefner, so I know how far away that is. So
yeah, it's a nice little trip. So the last couple of years, it seems we've kind of built up a rivalry with them. We've been fortunate enough to come out on top every time. But they're up north, you know. They've had a great team. We go punch for punch every time we play. You know, really that game has decided a lot of seeding for the playoffs as well. So, I mean, they bring a lot back this year, kind of same as us, looking forward to that game and seeing the implications it has possibly for postseason.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, for this team and this group in particular, is there a theme, a motto, or a slogan that you guys have this year? And if so, what is it?
So I'll let Jackson take that, what he thinks on that one. I mean, we stick with the motto, ride for the brand. You know, everyone just really being down for each other and seeing the vision of what the long-term goal is, and that's aligning with the standard to the ultimate goal, become a state champion again, you know? Go ahead.
I would agree with that. I would say ride for the brand is like always beats into us, like it's ride for the brand. Like you're gonna be with the team, like you have to be a team player, but like we're gonna like play to win, like as a brand. And then also another one we have is greatness. We play to strive to be greatness, you know.
Coach, you mentioned you're the defensive coordinator. These games can tend to be high scoring. Does that put a little more pressure on you, or? You know, talk to me a little bit about the defense, what your expectations are for this season.
So there's always high expectations for the defense. You know, I stepped into the defensive coordinator role 2 years ago. This is going to be my third season with ODA. First season had a ton of success. Statistically, ended up being the best defense in ODA school history, and that's just praise to the players for buying into the concept and what we're doing, the scheme. Last year, a lot of extreme success. We played some high-scoring teams, St. Pete Catholic, who was a top team in the state. They hung it up on us pretty good, but we're getting those challenges versus top-tier opponents, you know, and I mean, the expectations for this year is the same thing. You know, if we don't let up points, we don't lose the game. So if we get in a position where it's a shootout, the guys are ready to go. I mean, we game plan each week to a T, and I think that mental preparation is what's really important leading into the game Friday nights. I mean, this guy right here, Bo, being the leader of the defense, being the quarterback of the defense, being able to be out there and communicate, calling out formations, knowing what's going on. It's part of the chess match, you know, and to see somebody like this study the film and really buy in and lock in, it's exciting to see, not only for him, but what we can do as a group, as a defense.
I want to follow up on what Rich asked you, because we're watching the game, especially in recent years, become more friendly towards the offense, especially towards the quarterback play. What does success for defense look like to you in today's day and age of football? Is it based upon how many points you're giving up per game, how many yards you're giving up, whether it's through the air or on the ground? What does success for the defense look like to you now?
So I feel like that's something that changes week to week, right? You have some offenses that are going to be pass heavy, some that are going to be run heavy, and I tell this to our other coaches on staff and the players is the game plan's never going to be the same thing week to week, right? We have a base defense that we run, but that's going to be tweaked depending on what our opponent is doing. So everyone likes the big flashiness of the shutouts. That's the goal, right? We don't want to let up any points, but it's inevitable some teams are going to score points, you know? So for me, the successful aspect comes into really buying into the game plan each week and seeing these guys watch the film, study the concepts, and come out and just execute that. You know, if we buy in, we use the terminology 11 playing as one. 11 guys doing their job, being disciplined, and the success is just going to come from these guys doing that.
Well, Coach, we certainly do appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Sitting in for Coach Hallway. I said it right.
There you go.
Zach Hammond, the defensive coordinator of Outdoor Academy. Nothing but success to you and your team, and have a safe and healthy season.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is, Zach Hammond, the defensive coordinator of Outdoor Academy. The Thunder looking to have another big season. A big thank you to our sponsors and local community businesses who helped put this together. Brew Burgers, Brews a Bagel, and Brew Burgers Back Porch. Also, Furniture Warehouse of Venice. Professional, knowledgeable, and fun. See Michelle with only one L. Coming up next, the Northport Bobcats. We'll be back.
back here at Carroll GMC, and I'd like to shout out to the rest of the participants in our media day, the guys behind the scenes that are doing the interviews for the print media and for the media on social media. Matt Geller with the Florida Sports Scene. You can get to see Matt on Instagram at the Florida Sports Scene. Jarrett Rojas Talks Tampa on Twitter. It's the word 941 Media. Nick Wilson with USA Today. Emma Moon, also with USA Today. And Chuck Valero. I am saying that right, Chuck? Yeah. Okay. From the Charlotte Sun here as well. So with that, I'll toss it over to Xavier so we can talk to the Northport Bobcats.
All right, thank you, John. Joining us now, we have Coach Devin Gales and the Northport Bobcats. Coach, thank you so much for being here today. Players, thank you for being here with us today. Coach, tell us who the players are that you brought with you this morning.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thanks for having us. We appreciate being here. We have Jax Joseph here. Jax played quarterback for us last year. He's going to be a junior this year, playing some slot receiver and some safety. We have Caleb Lawrence, who plays defensive back for us, also plays some wide receiver. He's going to be a senior. Mason Antman is going to be a junior. He plays O-line, D-line. And then at the end, we have Javen Stevens, who is our senior kicker for us this season.
All right, so let's go back to last season for a second, if we may, just briefly. A 1-9 record in 2025. That's not what anybody here strived to have. That's not what anybody here wanted to have. But what are the lessons that you learned from last season that you feel are going to be helpful for you guys throughout all of the 2026 campaign?
So I think last season, especially as it progressed, you see some of those losses. We got losses against Hardy, Golden Gate, Mulberry. These losses came down to 1 or 2 plays at the end. And I think what the players saw last season is it really reinforced what we're doing as a program. New staff coming in, not a lot of seniors remaining going into last year, a lot of question marks going into last year. A little bit rough start to the season. You see as we get close to the end of the season there, we're losing games by 1 play, 1 touchdown, 3 points. I think it just really reinforced what we're doing as a program, and it built that belief in the players that, hey, we're making the right steps, we're doing the right things, we just got to continue in that direction.
Let me ask the players here a question really quickly, and Coach, you can answer it too if you would like to on this one. As the 2026 season is just a couple of weeks away from starting up, do you guys feel that there is a more comfortability level in the locker room going into this season compared to last year because of the uncertainties and the different things that there were going into the 2025 season?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think there's a lot of differences. I think last year was Coach Gale's first year with us, and the team, we were all like new together. This year we've all been bonding, we've been getting really close, and now we're more like a family.
Awesome. Hey, you guys were independent the last few years. So now you're back into district play, and they threw you in one whale of a district. District 12 and 6A with the likes of Venice, Riverview, and Sarasota, Lakewood Ranch. Talk to me a little bit about that and about what your expectations are for this year.
So I think last year's schedule really set us up well for this year. Last year we still had, we played Sarasota, Braden River, Riverview. We still seen our district opponents even though we were an independent team. So I think going into this year, we feel very ready to see those teams again. So going in, our goal is also the same as it was last year. We're focused on us. Teams that are on our schedule, they're on our schedule. We're focused on going 1-0 every week. We focus on us. It'll take care of things on Friday nights.
I want to talk to you a little about your roster, and the reason I want to ask this question is because there's a wrinkle now into this that was not a factor at all. There's now a new high school in South Sarasota County. They open up in a few weeks. They have their first season in just a few weeks. That will be Welland Park High School. When it comes down to recruiting and putting the roster together that you wanted, did you find any challenges with doing that for this upcoming season with the emergence of this new high school?
I mean, at the end of the day, we're losing a little bit. Lemon Bay's losing a bit. Venice is losing a little bit. That's going to happen. But when it comes down to the roster that we have in the school, we want the guys at our school that want to be Northport Bobcats. Those are the kids that we want. And I think you see from last year, this year, we're going into the season with 22 to 24 seniors. We lost 0 seniors. So I think that shows the belief in our community and our program that we have the kids that we want, the kids that want to be here, and they believe in what we're doing. So we did lose some to Welland, some younger kids that, some were zoned there, some are just younger, kind of trying to find their own way. And, it'll all kind of work itself out in the end. We all knew that year one with them opening a new school, everybody lose a little bit, but the guys that are here are the guys that we want here.
Interesting scheduling. I noticed the game against Bear Creek, Colorado on August 28th. They're going to come to town. Talk to me a little bit how that worked out, and is there somebody there that you knew or the AD knew at Bear Creek?
So we actually had no idea about Bear Creek going into the season. We had a schedule put together. Once the districts reshuffled, the schedule started changing a little bit. You got to add some people, drop some people, go through that process. And we had a week where we're like, hey, we really want to find a challenge for our players, somebody a little bit out of the box. We were calling all over the state trying to find a good game. And a company actually reached out to us about traveling out of state or in state to play out of state opponents. And the coach from Bear Creek called me. We had a long conversation. We both sat down, watched film of either team. And we just felt like it was a really good matchup for both teams. And they are a team that, nationally is ranked a lot higher than ourselves and some other teams on our schedule that are in our county. And we felt like that was going to be a good challenge for us, a good matchup for us. And we're more than excited to go play.
I want to ask this question to the players. When it comes down to the Northport Bobcats football program, it's one of those that many in the community, they don't really know how to read. They don't really know how to look at you guys just because they don't know what to expect year in and year out. But with this group in particular, what do you guys want to establish for this school and for this program? What do you want to set the standard out to be this year that you hope will continue to be carried on years after you're no longer playing at Northport High School and you've moved on to the next phases of your life?
Just to go in every day, work hard, go in, win every single day, go 1-0 every single day. Just work, focus on the Bobcats, focus on your family, focus on the locker room around you, build the environment, make it better, and it's going to keep going the right way.
Anybody else want to take that?
I just wanted to say, like you were saying, nobody really knows how, what we're going to come with or how we're going to come at it. And I feel like you were saying, when we leave and stuff, as us and our team, I feel like we need to show them this year that we are something and we're going to continue to be something. And we were talking about how, Welland Park came in and we lost people. I want to show those people that the people that stayed and had the loyalty to the Bobcats are going to continue to grow and be Northport High and be known. And I want people to be scared of us and actually maybe come back and be like, oh, I messed up, and just show them that we are Northport.
When you guys walk into the locker room this year, do you feel more that there is a sense of not necessarily confidence per se amongst the group, but there's more of a sense of, let's go out here and let's really get after it, for the simple fact that you're no longer an independent, you're now in a district again, and you'll be eligible to compete in the postseason, which is something Northport hasn't been able to do for a few years?
Yes, sir. In my opinion, honestly, I think it gives us a chance to really prove ourselves and show how far we've come and how far we're going to go as a program in the future and as of this season coming up. It's going to show how much work we've been putting in since Coach Gales walked in that locker room and told us exactly what plans he had for our program and how far he expected us to go. And I really think we're going to meet those expectations.
Coach, are you reading into the same thing there? Do you feel that the guys in this locker room this year it just feels different because they know that at the end of the season, especially should they do well, should they have a winning record, they have the potential to actually play for the postseason, possibly play even for a state championship. They have something that they feel that they are playing for out there together and not necessarily just going out there to play the game just to put film on tape for college recruiters to take a look at. Do you feel a difference in that this season?
There's definitely a difference. The guys have more fire. There's more conversations that happen. And like I told you before, our focus is still 1-0 every week. We want to focus on that. But you hear it in the locker room. You see it in the kids. Our goal at the end of the year is to be playing past that week 10, week 11 mark. So I think it's been good for our program, and it's exciting for our kids.
Obviously, you were new last year. We talked a little bit about that. What have you as a coach from year one to year two, what did you learn, and have you implemented anything a little different for year two?
So going from year one to year two, I think the biggest thing is I know the kids better.
And they know you better.
And they know me better. So I think that myself and the relationship I have with the kids has elevated, and I think I speak that for the entire staff too, because most of our staff is very new. But their relationship with the kids is better, that trust is better, and it allows us to do more, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So I think that's been the biggest change for our program.
Final question I have for you guys is, most teams usually have a motto, a theme, or a slogan that they have going into a season. Do you guys have that for this year? And if so, what is it?
So, and I heard you guys ask this to the last few coaches as well. There's different things that we talk about throughout the program that are kind of pillars of it. One of the things that were being said in the spring that we're kind of carrying in the summer and that's going to be big in the next few weeks goes to what you just said, is that we want to change the narrative. We want to change the story and the outlook surrounding this program so that year in and year out that people know exactly what to expect from this program. Is that we have hardworking, dedicated kids that are going to go out and compete, and they're going to be a tough football team. So for this season, our overarching theme is going to be change the narrative. It's 1 year from today when we're sitting here, we want to have a different conversation about the way that people look at our program.
Guys, you live in the community, you've grown up in the community. What do you want to hear the people who have helped raise you and have been a part of your village as you've grown up as young men? What do you want to hear them say about you as players and as a team and as a program when you're out there in the upcoming months? What do you want to hear them saying about you?
We all want to hear them saying how much we've helped our community grow and be more powerful and have more pride in who we are. We want to hear them say that we've all grown as not only individuals, but not only as players, but as individuals as well, and how much we've changed for the better in our lives. I think that we're really gonna show everybody exactly how much better we are now than people have thought of us to be in the past.
Anybody else want to jump on that? Good. All right, Coach Devin Gales of the Northport Bobcats. Coach, we appreciate you taking the time again to join us, and nothing but success and health. Good health from the year.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys having us.
All right. All right, there he is. Devin Gales, the head coach of the Northport Bobcats. Again, we're at Carroll GMC, our signature sponsor for our high school football preview. Service, selection, experience what car buying should be. Who can make you drive with a smile? Carroll can, on the beautiful island of Venice. We'll be back.
And we're back here at Carroll GMC, and I'm John Masoni, in case I didn't introduce myself before, but here with Rich Pedalari and Xavier McKnight. And we have a little time in between teams where we're going to talk a little bit about some things that kind of changed with high school sports, high school football in particular, over the last few months. And one of them being the idea of having an open division for a state championship, where instead of having the classification you're in as your championship, if you finish the end of the season in the top 8 in the state of Florida,
right?
Based on Max Prep's rankings, you would play.
And their secret sauce formula.
There would be an open division so that those 8 teams can play for a state championship, and of course the other schools will still play for their classification state championship as well. With that explanation, Xavier, I'll go to you first. How do you feel about it? You think it's going to work, or what's your feeling for it before we even get into it this year?
Oh, I love it. I believe what it really means is that we're going to have an even more competitive version of high school football than we've been seeing in years before. All of those guys, they go out there on a night-in, night-out basis. They give it everything that they have. But, of course, we know that there are some teams that they just represent what we call the cream of the crop.
Sure.
And we have a couple of them right here on the Suncoast. But you're really going to see them get the absolute best out of each other with this open division possibility now being a thing. I absolutely love it.
Rich?
I'm kind of on the fence. First of all, it's all classification. So a team from A can jump in with teams from 6A. I have a funny feeling that it's going to be kind of top-heavy, which is going to kind of water down the 6A or maybe even the 5A tournament a little bit. I hope that the kids don't take it that way. If they win a 5A state championship and 3 of the teams were in the open division.
Sure.
I hope that doesn't take away from the actual state tournament. I know this is something that was created by the FHSAA simply as a money grab. And I know that Xavier's thought of, it being highly competitive and, it does definitely ramp things up. But, this is to get more eyes on Florida football. And, I'm a little skeptical going in for sure.
So I'll say this, looking at it and trying to think more about it, I honestly believe that it's going to be helpful where the metro and the suburban classification came about, tried to get more teams involved in state championships. I think this actually forces the issue a little bit more because you're going to get a little bit of that, like top cream of the crop, like you said, Xavier. That they're going to be able to say, okay, you 8 teams, you're going to play in your own situation. And again, you said about 5A, 6A. I'll be honest with you, I would be surprised if it doesn't dilute the 3As and the 2As a little more than you would imagine, because those are where a lot of those programs that are urban communities, smaller schools, able to sort of move around, manipulate situations to get players there and going back and forth. That'll be where a lot of that stuff comes from. Now, you may still get a few on the top end. I totally agree with that. But I think it could be interesting how it all plays out. My thought, from a positive perspective, is that there will be more people or more teams vying for state championships than they weren't before. Maybe there were teams that got maybe to the regional final or the semifinal, or maybe not even out of the region because they had a really, really good team, that the perennial power that has won 23 regional championships in a row or something along those lines. So I think it's going to help out some of those situations there. I do believe, though, motivationally, it's not just meant for the other schools to get a chance. It is a motivation to go ahead and get this on a national level where they can sell, hey, we got two semifinal games for the state of Florida, and it's these 2 teams, and ESPN2 is showing it. Maybe after the season is a little, college football season's ending and that kind of stuff. So I do believe it's there. I like that they're trying something, but in all actuality, my real feeling is that if you're going to try to do something to get everybody a real chance at winning a state championship, if that is what it is, and it's trying to establish that one big team, then you need to go to a private school, public school type scenario where the public school and the private school play in their own championships, okay? And then the winners of that or whatever maybe play each other on that side of the things. But I don't know if that's ever going to happen. I think it's the legislature. I think has to be involved with that.
I was just going to say, isn't that illegal in the state of Florida?
It is, and I think so. I think they're trying ways to figure that out. But if this is the best way, I'm going to be interested to see how it all plays out. I will say this though too. There's going to be a little bit of how did that team come beating number 18?
Right.
How did this team be whatever? You know, they can start saying, is it schedule? Was it how bad you beat somebody or whatever it may be? So that's going to be the thing that not knowing the formula is going to create some skeptics out there.
I'm one of them.
Let me say this about it really quickly. I hear you guys when you say that you believe it's a money grab, because no doubt about it. I hear you when you say that it's a chance to try to get more national publicity. Yes, and honestly, Florida's a hotbed for college recruiting. So why not get them up on ESPN too and all of those things? But I do want to say this about it. Is it going to be wonky in year one? Yeah, more than likely it is. I do believe that year one you're going to see at least one or two teams where folks are like, well, how did this team get in here? How did this, like pretty much with the expansion of the college football playoff last year and folks having a issue with teams like Tulane being able to get in, and then we saw what happened in their college football playoff game. It was like, well, you actually did not belong on the field with an Ole Miss. So we're going to find that out within this first year of doing this. I believe as they go years down the line with it, no matter how long that may be, they will find ways to fine-tune it.
Right. I think you're 100% right. And if they stick to it, I think it could work itself out. I think if they once you get used to the idea or the concept of it, I think it will work itself out. And I do think that Florida is a unique scenario too. That you could sell that is unique. You know what I'm saying? There's 49 other states. Maybe there's 5 of them that could maybe do the same thing or attempt to say the same thing that Florida's trying to do. And I think if there's a thirst for it, then by all means they should take advantage of that opportunity. You're right too. I think year one it'll be wonky. It'll be a little bit. I think
you're being kind,
and it's going to be a little bit. It'll be a little weird. You know what I'm saying? And I think the biggest problem is not going to be losing a player or a team out of the 6A or the 5A. It's going to be the teams that are all there in that open division saying, we're good enough to win a state championship, and we can't get. We got to play this. This is our path. You may have people that at the bottom end of that they can't deny it. And then there's no tanking obviously either, but they're going to be like, man, okay, we're not going to get a trophy this year, and we're better than maybe this other team in another division. So I think that'll be some of the complaints you'll get. It'll be like, hey, we didn't get a chance. We had to play the number one team in the state, and we just weren't ready for it. So
I hope that's the problem. I really do, because again, to me, you got to have some transparency. That's the problem I have.
Yeah.
You're gonna, like you said, Xavier, it's gonna be wonky. I think that's a good word to use. Is anybody gonna say why Team 8 made it and Team 9 and Team 10 didn't? And we've got to have something, you got to have something tangible, if you will. You got to, and
who's the accountable person? Who do you go to and say, so what was
right? So
why am I at 11 and they're at 8 or whatever it may be? And I think that's going to be like, if you shrug your shoulders and say, because that's what they said, it's going to be hard to swallow, I think, for some folks.
Like I said, I believe as the years go by, no matter how long they choose to stay with this format, because maybe they go with this for a few years and they actually find that it doesn't work, and they try to go to something else different. We've seen this happen throughout different levels of football before. But I do believe that there will be a process of trying to fine-tune it along the way. Like I said, I compared it to the college football playoff and the expansion that it had last season. Like, I believe we learned in year one of the college football playoff, okay, maybe there are certain teams and certain conferences that, yes, we want to be fair, we want to give everybody a chance, but we have to be realistic with the strength of schedule and the conferences that these folks are in, that maybe, and as harsh as it is, maybe you don't necessarily belong here on this level with that particular team that you may have to go out there and go up against. And I believe that's going to be the reality that you're going to start to see 2027, 2028 with this open division format.
Right, and I think you're absolutely right, because like you mentioned, I used the Tulane example, as you said before, they weren't ready for prime time. Okay, and so if you go back and let's say we can put an imaginary top 8 together right now. To be fair, there's going to have to be some teams in there that are 7-3. It can't be a 10-0 top 8 because there's going to be some teams that just because of their district they play in, the area they play in, they're going to be playing some.
Schedule.
So there's got to be a little of that, and there's going to be some hard feelings. Hey, we played our schedule. How are we supposed to make it? This is the district we're in is what we have to work with. That's tough.
So, and here's the other thing that concerns me. I think you're going to have some running up of the score, style points, if you will. I think if a team knows that they're somewhere in the neighborhood, they might throw another 10 or 15 points on there. Because 50-0 doesn't look as good as 63-0. I don't. And that's another part, because again, this is about the kids. It's supposed to be about the kids. And to me, was it Coach Ingman that brought up the fact that you schedule hard because you learn nothing from having a bunch of beatdowns. It's I don't know. That's again. I guess I'm the dissenting vote here of us three.
No, I'll say this. I think that this is what's if there's a good thing about this, it is creating conversation.
Yes,
it is creating this kind of dialogue because you're never going to get to the point where you kind of fixing some things before you have to kind of bump your head a little bit. And if it does kind of make some things straightened out, and look, it could turn into, just classic football games. We've seen some state championship games where they were, blowouts because teams come from different areas or whatever. I think that again, being a high school football fan, I'm going to be intrigued to watch some of these matchups when it does happen because should be some really great football games.
I have a question to something that Rich just said, and it's not a question to you or a question to you, John. My question is there somebody in those committee rooms that's helping put all of this stuff together to what Rich's point is of, who's going to be out there trying to run the score up? Is there somebody in those committee rooms who's going to be looking at that and basically saying that, were these garbage time points?
I will tell you what, probably not year one because the way they put together the dialogue on this is strictly a Max Preps thing. But at some point in time, you're going to say, yeah, you know what, this needs to be tweaked. We need to have somebody in there. Whatever computer generated rankings. There's some common sense in the room, or some things that can kind of straighten it out. That'll be where the tweaks come from. That'll be where the things like, hey, you know what, we were trying to be where there was no human element in this thing. We just put a bunch of information in, and this is what it's shot back out as. So I think that'll be the word where it changes, where they're going to say, you know what, we need to have representation in the room in order to do that. We've seen it in a lot of other places where it happens, and they say, "Oh no, it's just going to be all computers," and it doesn't work out that way. Look at the
BCS.
Look at the NCAA basketball tournament. You got people in the room, right? And 65 is always mags. They didn't get in, right?
Yeah.
But there's people who are sitting down and trying to use not just the data, but using sort of the eye test and or logic, pure logic, to try to figure these things out. So I think it'll be a very hot topic. I think it'll bring a lot of eyes to the prize, so to speak.
Real quick, do either of you know, is this going to be totally on campus? Is the championship game going to be played at a neutral site? Because I know it's a round-robin tournament, so you can actually lose and still win a state championship. So have all the details been worked out?
I don't think so. I think the last time that I spoke about this, there was still things to be ironed out.
Well, we're about to kick off. Don't you think it should be ironed out?
That's where the wonkiness in this comes from, too, though.
Right.
The fact that everything is not ironed out just yet.
Right. Okay. So, we may be talking about something that 3 days from now they might say, you know what, we decided that we're not ready for this just yet. Maybe we'll start it next year because they have the prerogative. Nothing's going to change the schedules.
Right.
Everybody's trying to win football games, so they're not going to be like, oh, I would have tried harder if I know we were doing this. No, that won't be the case. But I think it does. I do like the fact that it's brought a little energy to the season. It's brought a lot of, obviously you've got coaches thinking about it.
And it's interesting because Coach Peacock embraced it. I don't think Coach Ingman did, from what I could see.
I would agree with that.
I didn't ask him on camera because he was very uncomfortable when we talked about it off camera.
Well, and I'll just give my thoughts on that per se. Coach Peacock and Venice, they feel and they know that they're amongst the cream of the crop.
Right.
Coach Ingman and what Port Charlotte's doing, they've been climbing. They've been making strides. But I'm sure they still question, are we really that? Are we really a team that can consistently be in the state semifinals? And, of course, you want to say that you are, but until you've done it continuously time after time again, you honestly don't have the answer to that.
And that's one thing I did bring up. We had a conversation about this a couple weeks ago. Do the perennial powers get, because I said there's no team that I can see the way that it's going to work out that outside the top 100 in the state of Florida right now, that they're going to make their way into the top 10. I just can't see them.
I'll go further. Top 50.
Okay, I'll go with that route too. It's hard to get over some of those bumps because the teams are right now are preseason number 1 through number 10. Let's say the games they're going to lose are going to be against some pretty darn good football teams. They're not going to lose to some school that's going to catch them by surprise. They're just not going to. So that being the case. It's going to be interesting to see how if you can manage to have a great year and get to that spot. I think that might limit the teams that you're going to see in the pool at that point. And again, talking about Coach Inman, I totally agree. He's at that point now where the next level is unprecedented territory for him, which is a state championship. And once you get to the state championship, guess what? You want to win another one. It's not just you don't want just one. If you're a coach, you're looking for more because you want to be a winner and you want to do whatever. So once he gets through that threshold, and I think that he will at some point in time. And by the way, I think that his quarterback receiver combination is going to be dynamic this year.
Yes.
Really dynamic. There's something about that having that dynamic combination that really makes a difference. But once he breaks that threshold, then maybe he'll see it from a different perspective.
I agree, 100%.
All right, well, guys, that was a quick little chance to get to throw something out there. There's a few other things we might run across a little later as well, but definitely high school football in not just state of Florida, obviously, but all over the United States is big business. I'll say that, and it's become a things trickle down. From the college level to the high school level, but it trickles down even faster these days. Back in the day, it took 5 years before a rule change or targeting was a problem, whatever else. Now, if they make a change in college football, and 2 weeks later, they're making the change in high school football. So there's things that are happening out there that you watch the playoff system with the NCAA this year. They are at 12, soon to be maybe 24. Does that turn around and make the Open Division Championship become not an 8-team scenario, but maybe a 16-team scenario or something along those lines? So,
by the way, this year the number to look out for is 77 in college basketball because now there's 76 teams. So who's number 77?
And it's just and as long as people are digesting it and happy to pay for it or whatever, it's going to keep growing and keep growing. Yeah. And and as we're seeing today, high school coaches and high school players have to be about media. They have to be about a lot of things that they were not about before. It used to just be go out and play hard and do this, and now you've got to do all kinds of different stuff. So the game is expanding and growing, just like you see it at the level above, and that's where we're at today, so for sure. All right, we'll take a quick break then, and we'll come back. And the Classical Academy, 8-man football, are up next on our media day. But we'll be right back.
And welcome back to our 4th annual high school football preview. We are live at Carroll GMC, or if you're watching this on the podcast, we were live at that one point. Thank you to some of our sponsors and local community businesses who help contribute and make this a tremendous day for the 4th straight year. We have Brewburger, Brews a Bagel, and Brewburger's Back Porch, along with the good folks at Furniture Warehouse of Venice. Professional, knowledgeable, and fun. See Michelle with one L. All right. We're going to turn our attention to 8-man football now. The Classical Academy of Sarasota is in the house. Jeff McBride is their head coach. We had a lot of fun with him last year, and I'm sure we are going to be again this year. Coach, first of all, thanks for taking the time to join us. And why don't you tell us who you brought with you?
Absolutely. I'm going to let these gentlemen introduce themselves. Why don't you grab that microphone and just introduce yourself and your position.
Remington Whitmer, center. Nate Hurley, quarterback.
I'm Nico Anelli. I play receiver and linebacker.
Brady Claybrook. I play D-line and O-line.
Remington being a center, that's classical right there.
That's the way we drew it up.
Let me ask, are any of you guys seniors?
Yeah, we're all seniors.
They're all seniors,
Oh, wow.
correct.
Okay.
They are
All right.
senior leadership.
So you actually fit what I'm about to ask you next here. You guys went 4-8 in your first year under Coach McBride last year, but you're trying to establish a standard for the Classical Academy of Sarasota. You're trying to establish some form of consistency and build a blueprint that players after you are going to be able to follow long after you've gone and you've graduated and you've moved on to the next phase of your lives. What does that look like today compared to where you would say it was a year ago?
Honestly, I feel like it's kind of like sticking to the system. Like, over the years, we've changed different ways that we've done things, different defenses. But honestly, we're kind of going back to what worked before. And in our one season where we made a push in the playoffs, we're bringing back that defense. Because last season, in the playoffs, we let up a lot of points. And so, honestly, go back to that basics so that way we can teach those that were younger that didn't know that to all be on the same page and show them what worked.
Coach, for you in particular, as you go into year 2, what's different about this locker room now, in your opinion, outside of players leaving and graduating, of course? What's different about the locker room and the culture this year compared to last year when you were just coming in and you guys were really trying to establish this?
Yeah, those are great questions. The first difference would have to be our senior leadership. We have very strong leadership. These gentlemen have been with us for a while, and we've grown together. So as far as the locker room is concerned, when coaches say buy-in, you're talking about players buying into the program. This year is the first real, the best year of buy-in as far as our class in the weight room. They've attending camps, UF camp. They've been working with trainers. They've been crushing the weight room, watching their diet, studying, playbooks. Working out with each other in the summer. So everyone's on board. You can see the growth. You can see on the parent front, they've bought in. It's a very exciting time for the program. Last year we had some late playoff success. We came together at the end of the year. But it's just an exciting time for the program because our school is under construction right now, but facilities are being built. A lot of new classrooms are being built. Our kids have bought in. They're coming of age. They're familiar with the coaches. They're having a good time playing football. It has a family feel to it, which is what we were looking for with a smaller school. But it's an exciting time for the program. So we're trying to just build on the success we had last year. And in the locker room, we've also done a nice job. We've bolstered our coaching staff. We brought in some state championship caliber coaches in Coach Jim Bugor. He has boosted our coaching staff. And we're just, like I said, everything's coming together very nicely. We're very excited about where we are and where we're headed this season.
Yeah, I think that's great. You look at it on the surface, 4-8.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't look like anything great. But the fact that you won a playoff game and you were in the other playoff game, it was a tight game.
People stop me all the time if I have reps at a basketball game. I remember that game was a phenomenal. It was 73-60.
Yeah.
I think I had 2 heart attacks during that game, and I think I went through every human emotion known to man during that game. But in the end, it was a great environment. But those are the games that I'm talking about. The Calvary win a very close game. We pull it out to go through the fireworks and the excitement of that last game. It didn't end in our favor, but that's what we're trying. We've been there. We've had that experience. So this year we're trying to build on that type of success.
I have to ask you this because you all are an 8-man football program.
Correct.
It's different than 11-on-11 type of football, but let me just go ahead and ask for those who may not be familiar with what 8-man football is necessarily, and they come out to a game and they see some things that they wouldn't normally see at most other football games, and some who are not even willing to necessarily give it a chance because of the fact that it's not the normal 11-on-11 sides of the ball. What is it that is so dynamic about 8-man football that helps it stand out, that should help draw people in more?
The spacing. So you're taking 3 players off the field, 2 linemen, mostly maybe a fullback, or you're taking the 3 off the field, so you have a lot more space. On the offensive side of the football, it's great. It's a good time. There's a lot, it's defensively is where you find yourself some trouble because you have to cover a lot more space. One missed tackle, it's a house call. So you don't have a lot of your defensive calls. You don't have the luxury of trying to get cute because you have some help behind you. You don't have that help. So personnel decisions and blitz calls are, there. It's football. It's football. It's just the excitement of the game because of the high scoring, because of the lower numbers and more space. So on the offensive side, we get to have a little bit of fun with that.
When you look at what high scoring is, though, especially with the fact that football in general is headed more friendly towards the offense and quarterback play with where we are in today's day and age. When you look at the fact that there are high scoring games in 8-man football more so than 11-on-11, what would you say that success for the defense looks like in that case? Because one of the first things that people look at who are just box score watchers look at, if somebody gave up 50 points, they gave up 60 points. This was not necessarily the best of a game for a defense per se.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a great example. We've had some players who've played 11, played 8, and gone back. And some programs that are interesting that they do go back and forth based on their population. So the one thing is that if you're going to play 8-man football, in 11, I feel like you're kind of a specialist, like you're put into a box as far as you're a receiver. Like that's your in 8-man, that doesn't hold true. Like you are a football player. And these gentlemen can attest, they play multiple positions. You're an end, you're a linebacker, and you have to be more flexible, or you have to have a stronger skill set, I feel, because of the diversity of what we're asking you to do. So example would be our linebackers. Linebackers, the coverage game in 8-man, you have to be extremely athletic, fast. Like linebacker in 8-man, you have to be on it. I'm not saying you don't have to be in any, but there's a lot more consequential plays there on a mishap.
Interesting, I was looking at your schedule, and you got off to the slow start last year, finished strong. And then I looked, and to me, it starts right out of the gate. Riverview Academy on the road. Mm-hmm. That's a pretty big game. And then the home opener against Foundation Christian Academy, another pretty darn good school. So I would think that, while you're happy with the success at the end of last year, you want to kind of take it all the way through this year, no?
Yes. In regards to our schedule and looking at some of the teams we play, I'm looking more on us. If we can take care of what we need to take care of as far as our assignments and what we need to, then we are going to be okay. I'm a firm believer if we take care of ourselves first and we are on what we need to take care of, then of course there's going to be adjustments to the opponent, but we're going to start there and then work from there.
My final question that I have for you guys, and you've probably heard me ask this already if you've been here earlier today, but it's such an important thing. Teams have themes, they have mottos, they have mantras for their season, or maybe it's just something in general for the program that they carry each season.
Yes.
For this program, what is that, if you have that?
Okay, I'm going to let these gentlemen speak to it. I'm just going to kind of give our motto we used to be with Coach Rivero, who founded the program. He was a huge influence on what we're doing. It was grit, which meaning, just that toughness, that inner, strength. This year, we had a coach, a defensive coach, Coach Summers. He's no longer with us, but he would always, his saying was, empty the tank, empty the tank, empty the tank, empty the tank. So we've embraced that model. I'm going to let you gentlemen just talk to that motto and to Coach Summers, the way that it was instilled and what we think about how that became to be.
I mean, I feel like empty the tank is a great motto that we have. for us as seniors, this is our last year that we can't empty the tank. This is something that I know for me, I'm gonna put all my energy in. Like, I'm gonna focus every single game to empty everything that I have and leave it all on the field. And if we all do that, I feel like we have a great shot at, winning playoffs games, winning normal games, lockdown defense. I think our offense is gonna be great this year, new program, and it'll all work if we give it our all. And to start out with that mantra, that's like a memoir to our defensive coach. I think it fits our program perfectly.
Anybody else want to jump on?
I think that kind of goes into the idea of reps, like repetition. Coaches are always instilling in us, just get good reps. Even if you make mistakes, you got to brush it off. Make a bad throw, fumble the football. It always goes back into just do it again until you get better. You'll get into that flow, and that kind of goes off of that empty the tank idea. Just give it what you got, and you'll get good results.
All right. Anybody else want to jump or no? You going good? Yep.
Yeah, just go like always 100% in all your reps. And I think another big part of that is like being a family still. Like in practices, be competitive, but when it comes to that game, you're still a family. You got to work together to get a win.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thank you very much for joining us.
You guys do a phenomenal job at this event. Thank you. This is awesome.
Well, it's you guys that make the event, so we certainly do appreciate it. We thank you and your players for coming. Wish you nothing but success and a healthy season.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for having us, guys.
Jeff McBride of the Classical Academy of Sarasota. Again, we are live at Carroll GMC. And we're coming up next. It will be the Lakewood Ranch Mustangs on the dais. We'll be back. Right. So
back here at Carroll GMC, and introducing right now the Lakewood Ranch Mustangs.
all right, before we talk to Coach Parafisini, as I try to butcher his name again, I'd like to again give a shout out to both Francis Haynes and Josh McClendon with Vibrant Aspect Media for making us look and sound good here. Go ahead, take it away there.
Coach, let me begin just simply by asking how are you doing? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I got 4 rounds of chemo left, so ready to be done and over with it. Obviously, I got a lifelong of scans and everything else, but so far so good. The worst news that I've gotten is that I got cancer, and so far since then it's been pretty good news. So I think I'm blessed. I can't complain. So, every day is a new day, but I'm doing good today, and that's what matters.
You guys as the players, you see this, you hear this, you've been around it for months now. Has it built something different within the locker room? Is there a new fire? Is there a new purpose in the locker room? Seeing your coach here, he's going through what he's going through, but he's here. He's battling. He's fighting every single day.
Well, yeah, so it's like we see what he's going through, and it's like it gives us like the chance to come together and become stronger. And like he's fighting through this so we can fight together as a team on the football field and become stronger as we're like praying for him and hoping he gets better. And seeing him like whenever he comes in, he looks great. So we know that like he's fighting, and him also coming and showing his like dedication to us. So it's like we have to fight for a purpose or cause.
And I think too that the biggest, I guess, sort of fight with him for us is just to keep doing what we've always done. Like nothing really changes, with him going through what he's going through. We try and just do the same exact thing we've always done in our locker room, on the field, everything, just keeping everything consistent and doing what he would want us to do regardless of the circumstance.
And I apologize I didn't ask about this beforehand. Can you guys please give us your names?
Reese Poole.
Elijah Berry.
Excellent. And Coach, talk to me. It was a 4-6 season last year after a couple of 6-win seasons previous, and now you're in that gauntlet of a district, District 12, with the likes of Venice and Riverview and Sarasota. Talk to me a little bit about last year. We'll kind of put a tidy little bow on that and let's look ahead.
Yeah, last year we had some opportunities to finish some games that were close down the stretch, and we lost 2 games, I think, with maybe 3 minutes left in the game. So that's something that we have to do a better job of, and it's kind of something that if you flash back 2 years ago, you look at like a Leonard game, for instance, we lost that game in the last minute. It's just something that we've struggled with, which my fault. We got to figure out how to be able to close out games, and that's something that we've talked about as a staff, and we can't turn the ball over and do different things that we've done. So we just got to get a little bit better here as the game goes on. But yeah, you look at our schedule, you look at what's coming up right now. We're worried about Moorhaven High School for the Kickoff Classic, and whatever happens after that is going to happen. But right now our focus is on getting as good as we can get through fall camp and preparing ourselves for Moorhaven.
When you look at how last season went in particular, Coach, you can answer this, players, you can answer this as well. What are the lessons that you take from that you're using going into 2026, that although you didn't want to take the defeats that you took then, that based off of those lessons you learned, it's going to be better for you as you go into this season?
Yeah, I tell these guys every day that bad things are going to happen, whether it be in life, whether it be in football. Good things are going to happen. It doesn't matter what the situation is. How you respond to said situation is what makes a difference. And we talked about it earlier. They get to see me live out like obviously something bad has happened, but how do I respond to that? Do I go in the corner and feel defeated, or do I wake up every day continuing to battle? And that's what we're going to do come Friday night. And you just learn. It just hurts a little bit more, and you have those situations where you can build upon those, and that's what life is. Not just the game of football, but life as well.
Talk to me a little bit about the schedule. I was looking at it. You got a district schedule that's challenging enough, but you start off at Parish Community. Here's a team that won 9 games last year, was in the playoffs. They've been in playoffs, I think, the last couple of years. Talk to me. There's like potholes everywhere in your schedule here. It's a tough schedule.
Yeah, we're excited for the opportunity that we have to go out and compete against everybody that's on our schedule. Whether it be tough, hard, easy, there is no such thing. We have to show up every Friday night ready to go, and we have to play our best brand of football. Otherwise, it could be a long night for us.
For you guys as the players, when you're out in the community and you've grown up in this community, you're from this community, the villages that have helped raise you, what is it that you want to hear folks saying out in the Lakewood Ranch and Manatee County community about the Lakewood Ranch Mustangs football team?
Well, I want us to be like, remember as like a team that's always stuck together. Like when things didn't go our way, we didn't like give up. We fought back. I also want us to be a team that's respectful. So I don't want people to go out in the communities and see one of us and say, oh, this team's disrespectful or this team doesn't carry themselves well. So I want us to be like humble. I want us to carry ourselves, and I want us to be respectful.
I think along those same lines, currently we do carry ourselves well in that we do have a good reputation in our community, and I think that comes down to our team's culture and through the years of the overturn of all these different classes that we've stayed true to that and consistent good character and just a very good reputation all around.
So to get to that next step, is it a one game at a time mentality? Do you have certain games that are circled? Obviously, Braden River's a huge rivalry game on September 4th. That has been a game that is kind of that little area there. They're your main rival. Talk to me a little bit about it, Coach.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the next game is the most important one, but there's always those games that are a little bit sweet. And I think that Braden River obviously has become that over the years, a big rivalry, and I think it's something that Parrish will turn into. But in those games, for a rivalry to really be a rivalry, you got to be able to compete in those games. And you look at the Braden River record, and we haven't done so. 2 years ago we won, and then they took us down again last year. So for us to make that a rivalry and for us to make it mean a little bit more, it's games that we have to learn how to compete in and have a shot to win at the end, which is not something that we've done previously.
Final question I have for you guys is there a motto, a slogan, or a mantra or theme that you all have for this season, and if so, what is it?
We do It's the Right Way, and in saying that, it just takes everything we do down to the finest details of like whether it be when we walk into the locker room in the morning and we're putting our shoes away after weightlifting, or we're in the weight room, we're out on the field, everything has to be done the right way because it stems from all those little things that end up in these big moments in the games of being able to come out victorious. In those moments, it all starts off with the little things.
All right. Well, Coach Scott Parafacini of the Lakewood Ranch Mustangs, continued success, best of health.
Thank you.
Not only for you, but for your team throughout the entire season, and best of luck.
Thank you.
All right. Scott Parafacini, the head coach of the Lakewood Ranch Mustangs. Again, we're live at Carroll GMC. They are our signature sponsor and host of our high school football preview, 4th annual service selection and experience what car buying should be. Who can make you drive with a smile? Carroll can on the beautiful island of Venice. The Sarasota Sailors are in the on-deck circle. We'll be back.
back here at Carroll GMC. And next up, the Sarasota Sailors.
All right, before we get to the Sailors, we'd like to thank our sponsors and local community businesses who have helped make this day the success that it is. Brewburgers, Brews a Bagel, and Brewburgers Back Porch. Also Furniture Warehouse of Venice, professional, knowledgeable, and fun. See Michelle with 1L.
All right, we're pleased now to be joined by head coach Amp Campbell and the Sarasota Sailors. Coach, thank you for being here today as you go into year 3 with this program. Who are the players that you brought with you today?
To my left, I brought Evan Lyric. I brought Hudson West, Jamel Williams, Cooper Buck, and Chase Fritz.
All right. So you guys went 4-7 a year ago, but this was actually a good step forward from where you were in 2024. Just what are some of the lessons you take out of last season that you're going to take with you into this season that's going to help produce even better results?
I think just, to me, being a little bit more consistent and overall in everything that we do in all 3 phases, making sure we're continuing to hold each other accountable on and off the field. And I think the big thing that the learning lesson for me last year was depth. You know, you got to make sure you have enough depth and make sure you have people, when people go down, you have kids that know what they're doing, that steps in, and we don't miss a beat right from there.
You saw a good improvement with your depth last season, though. I will say that just based on what I was able to see compared to where things did look at times in the 2024 season. I want to pose a question to the players. How has the offseason and summer workouts been for you guys?
In all honesty, for me, this summer has been the best summer since I've been at Sarasota High School. I am very pleased with the work ethic that our team have put in this summer, from the weight room, the conditioning, just doing everything the right way, and kids showing up and being accountable, uplifting one another, and we have guys leading, by example, by going out there and doing the things that they're asked to do.
You guys want to grab the mic and speak of that?
I kind of feel like you covered everything. I definitely feel like workouts have been a lot more tough this year. But again, I feel like we have better player leadership. And everyone's kind of more bought in this year.
So talk to me a little bit about this year. I noticed your schedule. Obviously, you're in one of the toughest districts around, the 6A-12. We've talked about it with a lot of the other coaches. But the progress, you can definitely see the progress, more progress, and, you could be a playoff team.
I think, for our football team, my big thing with these guys is just believe. Believe. You got to believe, you got to manifest that you are going to be successful in whatever you do in life. And I think, I want our guys to have confidence. I want our guys to believe in themselves and believe in the guy that's next to them and believe in that locker room. And I think, nothing's going to be given to us. But I also feel like, we have to go out and earn everything that we get. Sarasota High School history in the past several years hasn't been great. So we want to change that. We have an opportunity in front of us. What we do with that opportunity will be up to us. So I think, we can set our own goals and see where they fall. But I am very confident that this football team, with the work ethic we had this summer, we shall be successful.
Guys, what's the mantra, the theme, or the slogan for this team going into this season, if you have one?
I mean, again, he talked about believe. I wouldn't say that's necessarily our slogan, but that's something he talks about constantly, and he instills in all of us. So I would say just believe in what we can do as a team and what we can accomplish is probably our slogan, I would say.
You're the quarterback and the leader of this club, one of the leaders, I should say. I'm sure there are many leaders in the locker room. What do you expect of your teammates, and what do you expect of yourself?
I mean, I feel like I expect everyone to just give it their all, and I mean, I feel like we have done that. These guys make me give them their all. Evan, all of them do. And I mean, I expect just, I don't know.
Belief.
I expect it to be great. I mean, that's what they expect of each other. That's what I expect of him, all of them, the entire team.
everyone just expects us to be great and just believe.
All right, Coach. I looked at the schedule. There's a 3-game stretch in there in October that I think is going to be imperative for you guys. You take a trip to Lehigh, you take a trip up the road to Lakewood Ranch, and then that October 23rd game, which could be a game that decides which way your season goes. Riverview, they're expected to be pretty good. You're expected to be pretty good. So it kind of sets up for you a little bit.
It truly does. I think, give or take, the way I look at it, every game that we play on our schedule is important. Whether it's in September, October, November, and obviously you play in November, you're in the playoffs. But I feel like this coming season, our schedule is set up the way it is, and I hope and I pray that our guys understand, every Friday night there's going to be an opportunity for you to go out and put your resume on film, and you can write that script. And I think our guys, like I said, from our summer workouts, the way they perform in the weight room and in conditioning will be successful. And like I said, just understanding and believing in themselves, the coaches, the program, the locker room should be successful.
You have the kickoff classic against Hillsborough. It's a pretty well-respected team from up in the Tampa area. Are you one of those coaches that scoreboard means a lot in the kickoff classic, or are you one of those that wants to just get stuff on film and use it kind of as a teaching tool?
No, I think, for me, myself, the way I was taught, just playing with Coach Saban, you have those guys, you don't look at the scoreboard. You just play. You play, and then at the end of the game, the scoreboard will show its score. But at the end, during the game, you don't look at the scoreboard. Now, I will say this: the Kickoff Classic will be huge for us to see where we are from the spring to now. I think that'll be a huge part to see how much we've grown and the pieces that we have that has came into Sarasota, and to see how successful we can be.
Coach Amp Campbell of the Sarasota Sailors, thank you very much for joining us. You and your team, wish you nothing but the continued success, continued growth, and most importantly, a very healthy season.
Thank you very much. We thank you guys for having us. We truly appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for coming down.
Yes, sir.
Amp Campbell, the head coach of the Sarasota Sailors. Again, we're live at Carroll GMC, our signature sponsor and host for our high school football preview, 4th annual service selection. Experience what car buying should be, who can make you drive with a smile. Carroll can, on the beautiful island of Venice. Up next, the Parish Community Bowls. We'll be back.
Welcome back to Carroll GMC. Real quick, I want to acknowledge the print media guys that are here today to help us out on our media day. Matt Geller with the Florida Sports Scene. On Instagram, you can just type in the Florida Sports Scene. Jarrett Rojas with Rojas Talks Tampa on X. Nick Wilson and Emma Moon, both with USA Today. And Chuck Valero with the Charlotte Sun. Thank you to all those guys for helping out today, and check them out online and see what they've got to offer. With that, I'll hand it over to Xavier and Rich with the Parish Community Bowl.
All right, thank you, John. Pleased to be joined now by head coach Cody McNear and the Parish Community High School Bulls. Coach going into his first season as the lead man at the helm. Welcome. Thank you guys for joining us. Coach, please tell us who the players are who are joining us today.
For sure. First off, thanks for having us. Really appreciate it. The guy right here, my first guy, is Chris Larson. He's a running back, wide receiver athlete. This is Jose Rivera. This is Denver McDonald. That's Jacoby Thomas. I got Cameron Calloway right here, and I got Ty Baker there, number 9.
All right, so you guys are coming off of a 9-2 record, 2025, but things are different. The head coach you did that with, he's no longer with the team, but the man who is your head coach, he was on that staff last season going into that. Sure. So I want to ask the players this first, if one of them will answer this question. Do you already feel that this is going to be somewhat of a seamless transition since you have a guy here who has already been here and been a part of the culture and been a part of the establishment that you've been building?
Yeah. So obviously we got a new head coach, Coach Cody. But I just want to know, like, if there's anybody that's going to lead us to this winning season that we had last year, it's Coach Cody. He got my full faith. He got the faith of the players. He's always putting us to work hard, building a relationship with all of us, and he's the best head coach I've ever had.
Coach, you hear that? I mean, and
Sure.
you've been around these guys a lot over in the past few seasons, but now as a head coach, you're hearing that. You haven't even coached a game as their head coach yet, but they're already giving you their full belief and their full confidence. How does that make you feel?
Well, that makes me feel great because every day, like he said, I'm building a relationship with these guys, period. Like, I'm a relationship guy. Like, I'm better at building relationships than coaching football, but I can coach in football too. So that makes me feel great. We're going to continue the things that we've been doing here at Parish. So like he said, it's going to be a seamless transition. It's going to have our bumps and bruises or whatever. We're going to take them in stride. But I've been here the past year, so I know what works here at Parish. So we're going to be just fine.
Yeah, the last 2 years, you guys have done very well in the regular season. I know the East Lake game's got to be a bit of a disappointment for you. And, of course, Palmetto, that's been the giant tiger, if you will, that's kind of been in the way of a district title. But, 9 wins, nothing to sneeze at. Talk to me a little bit, though, about what fuels your team going into 2026.
I'm going to talk a little bit and I'll let them go.
Okay, great.
What fuels us going into 2026 is, like I tell them every day, like, we're going to outwork the work. That's our mantra. Whatever's in front of us, we're going to attack that task with 110%. All we can control is what we can control. We don't want to get out in front of our skis or look too far past our nose, We're going to be where our feet at, and we're going to attack each day, one day at a time, one rep at a time, one play at a time. Still going to be process over product here, so we're going to beat Parish every week. We only focus on beating Parish and being the best team because when you kind of get so far looking out, this team here, if we play football a certain way of football, we'll be able to do it here and there. Because if you look over here, we're going to play a Parish way of football, so it doesn't matter who the opponent is. We're the opponent every day. Let's let Denver McDonald answer that question.
I'd really say just being a better versions of ourselves than we were the last year. Just challenging ourselves just to be better individuals, not only on the field, but in the classroom, in the community, and just becoming better men and better players.
Yeah, I wanted to ask to the mantra that Coach said you guys have, which I love, outworking the work. How well do you see that also translating over into the classroom for you guys too? Because the football aspect is one thing, but the most important thing is the student part of being student athletes.
Yeah, I think it really just goes into our culture that we built. We built a good culture where we're young, respectful men, where we're respecting teachers, classmates, and we're just getting better every single day.
Anybody else got input?
Yeah.
And I think back to what Coach McNear said and Devers said, that we went in the classroom and we went on the field. And I feel like that's a big thing that we as Parish have always been. That's always been our motto. If you can win in the class, you can win on the field, you can win that day. And I feel like that's what we do.
Tell you what, you guys are have a very ambitious schedule. You're playing a Riverview team that's supposed to be very good, on August 28th. Palm Harbor U is nothing to sneeze at. That's your home opener all the way on September 11th. So you got some road work to do before you get home. But I'm sure September 25th has got 2 or 3 circles around it. That's the date of the Palmetto game. Because, again, they've 2 years in a row stymied you from winning that elusive district championship.
For sure. Like I said earlier, we're going to show up every day and we're going to give our best Parish football every single day. We're going to outwork. We don't look at it as this opponent, that opponent. We're the opponent. We're going to show up and we're going to work hard every day. Jacoby Thomas, let's hear what you got to say about that.
What was the question again?
I'm talking about the schedule. It's kind of a brutal schedule. You start off at Riverview. You don't play a home game till September 11th, but I talked about the fact that the Palmetto game has to be the one that's really circled 2 or 3 times on the calendar. 2 years in a row, they've kind of kept you from winning the district championship, which I'm sure is a goal of yours.
I don't really look at anybody else in front of me. I'm confident in the people that I'm beside. So I'm not really I don't really circle any games on my schedule.
No.
I'm just confident in my guys.
Excellent.
Let me ask you guys this question, though, because I understand not looking ahead to the opponent, not circling games on the schedule. Your home game, your first home game of the season, it's pretty far out into the season at that point. Do you guys like this? Do you embrace the challenge of knowing that you get to go on the road every week for the first few weeks to start off your season, to play in environments that you're not familiar with and is a bit of the unknown, if you will?
1 second. Actually, our first home game was against Lakewood Ranch at our home.
Nope. I made a mistake then.
Yeah, but we're fine. We have them at our home, so still the same thing. But we have Lakewood Ranch home.
So definitely what I wanted to say, going back to what you said, it's not just about Palmetto. It's about day by day and about our first game, our second game, how we take it day by day. We work towards that first game. We win that first game. Then we win that second game. We're not going to focus just on one team because we want to win every single game. That is our job, and that's how we're going to execute.
Jacoby, I want to ask you personally, 14 touchdowns last year. That's quite a year, and you've got a chance to even top that more, and it looks like you got a lot of talent around you to help that out.
Yeah, I think I will have a very good season coming up. I trust in the guys. I think I'll have a good season again, too. I'm trying to go for 1,000 rushing yards and possibly more TDs.
There you go. There you go. All right. You've already told us the mantra. That's usually our last question.
Sure.
So we certainly do appreciate you guys taking the time, taking the trip down. I know it's not easy. We certainly do appreciate it. And best of luck throughout the season. Coach, I think you got a grip on things. I can definitely tell. Confidence is high.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for having us. Yes,
All right.
sir.
Coach Cody McNear of the Parish Community Bulldogs. Again, we are live at Carroll GMC. And coming up next, the Charlotte Tarpons are on the dais. We'll be back.
Welcome back to Carroll GMC. After a quick little lunch break, we're back at it again for our media day. And I'll turn it over to Rich and Xavier with the Charlotte Tarpons.
All right, before we get to brand new head coach Kevin Claxton, we'd like to thank our sponsors and local community businesses who have helped make this event so successful for a fourth consecutive year. Brewburgers, Bruise-A-Bagel, and Brewburgers Back Porch, as well as Furniture Warehouse of Venice. Professional, knowledgeable, and fun. You need to see Michelle. She only has one L. Xavier.
All right, we are pleased now to be joined by head coach Kevin Claxton and the Charlotte Tarpons. Coach, thank you for being here today. Please tell us who the players are that you have here with you.
All right, right next to me we have Sherrod Williams, 2027, defensive back, wide receiver. We have Marte Taylor, 2027, tailback and safety. We got John McCullough, 2028, athlete, quarterback, wide receiver, defensive back. And at the end, we got 2028, Dylan Szezek, quarterback.
All right, so you're taking over a program that went 6-5 in 2025, lost to Manatee in the state playoffs, but it was a closer game than I think many anticipated. So coming into this program, there's infrastructure, there's a blueprint to build off of. Just what exactly are you looking forward to the most as fall camp prepares to get started?
Just continue to establishing that culture of brotherhood, getting guys to play together. There's talent there. Like you said before, you know, they made a playoff run last year. We want to build off of that. That was one of the things that drew me to this job, getting a chance to watch that game and kind of see how they competed. They went down early and continued to fight. I think that's going to be our motto, fight until, right, like the game isn't over until it's over. So we're going to continue to fight the entire game for however long it takes to win.
For you guys as the players who have been here for the past few seasons in this program, obviously 2025 did not end the way that you wanted it to, but it's always good to have a team that's able to go into the postseason to say that you have a chance to compete on the postseason stage with other teams and have a chance to potentially compete and go deep into the playoffs. What are the biggest lessons that you take from 2025 that will carry you into the 2026 season that will help lead to better results, just in your opinion?
I'll say just to move on from the past and just work harder and stay down and work harder and get better.
I would say working as a team, staying together, stick together, stronger together. You know what I'm saying? That's one.
I would say fight till the end of every game because we had a lot of games that were close at the end, like that Manatee game. We were down first half, we came out second half, just kept fighting. So I would just say just being a team through the whole game.
I think it's interesting. I was, when I did all my synopsises, I tried to find some key games. I put a half dozen games down for you guys. You bookend the season with your two biggest rivals. You start with Fort Myers. What a way to jump right into everything there, and that's a home game for you. I call the Riverdale game a very important game. That's a district game that Cape Coral is now in your district. They were a district champion a year ago, and then, of course, you finish the season at Port Charlotte. I know it's a macro view, but I want to hear from you, Coach Claxton. Is it a macro thing? Is it a micro thing? Is 6 the number you're trying to beat? How are you looking at this season?
I don't want to put a number on it. I just want to maximize each opportunity that we have, right? I haven't gotten too far ahead in the schedule to see who's next, but
Right.
I know those first couple games are going to be competitive. There are going to be some really good players on each team, and we just want to go out there and prove ourselves and, write our own story, not based off of last year's success. Hey, this is a whole new thing, and we want to do our thing and do it our way. So there's no number that we're looking at. We just want to go out there and try to go 1-0 each day.
Coach, what does success look like for this program outside of football this year? Obviously, the Gridiron is what everybody's going to be watching, wanting to see those results, wanting to see wins, but you all are developing young men, and you're trying to help them build character. What does that look like for you for this season?
Just having a group of tough, dependable young men that can go out into the world and do great things in any field that they're in, whether that's playing football, going out into academia, being students just as college students, just being someone that people that can depend on and being tough and resilient. That's what we're building in our program. And the football games would be great to win, but we want to make sure we establish something that lasts far past football and playing.
Coach,
each season, or it may just be the slogan or mantra of the program that they rally around each year and just try to build a new understanding of it. Does this program have that, and if so, what is it?
Yeah, it's the fighting tool. I think if you look at any of my social media posts or the team's social media posts, we're going to fight like tarpon, right? I don't know if any of you guys are fishing people, but one of the toughest fish to actually grab and the hold on is a tarpon. So fight like tarpon and fight and tool. That's kind of what we're going to be modeling this season. Again, it's not over until it's over, and we're going to continue to fight for however long it takes us to win.
Coach, where did you come from?
I'm originally from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Okay.
Spent some time in the Midwest of Wisconsin as a football player and as a coach. Different stints at different colleges, California, Kansas as well. I made my way back down to Fort Lauderdale and coached at my high school for a few seasons. And this opportunity presented itself, and it was something I couldn't pass up on.
You and I were talking before the interview. The facilities at Tarpon Stadium and on campus are really second to none.
Correct. I think that was one of the things that drew me to the position. When I was going through the interview process, I came over and watched the Wally Keller Basketball Classic, and I was blown away with the facilities and how much resources that we have afforded to us, and making sure these guys understand that it was built by guys that came before them, so we want to honor them and make sure we're taking care of the things that we do have.
How well has the community embraced you so far?
It's been great. We have youth events or little meet the coach things. People come out and show a ton of support. They always asking for ways that they can assist and, donate stuff to the program, getting us water and things that we need. So it's been great so far. Now we just got to go out and put a product on the field that they can be proud of.
Final question I have, and this one for me is for the players. What do you want to hear the community saying about you guys when you're out and you're about and you're just out there in the community just simply as citizens and as people? What do you want them to say about your team?
That they're well coached and that they are respectful young men, and that on and off the field that they are just good young men.
That we work hard and we're disciplined. We're great outside of the field, on the field, just good things, positive things.
Well coached, leadership on and off the field, kind of like he said. Really, I hope they just think we're better as young men.
I would say they want us to see us as good young men, not just as football players, because it's not just all we are. We're people, and I just want to see us as good men.
Love that. Absolutely love that. Coach Kevin Claxton of the Charlotte Tarpons, thank you very much for taking the time, making the trip up here. I know it's not easy. Certainly do appreciate it. Not only you, but the players. Wish you nothing but the best of luck and a safe and healthy season as well.
Thank you. Fight until.
All right. There you go. I love it. There, Kevin Claxton of the Charlotte Tarpons joining us here live at Carroll GMC. They are our signature sponsor and host of the 4th annual high school football preview. Service selection. Experience what car buying should be. Who can make you drive with a smile? Carroll can on the beautiful island of Venice. The Southeast Seminoles are in the on-deck circle. We'll come back and talk to them right after this.
back here at Carroll GMC. And next up for our Media Day program is the Southeast Seminoles. Take it away, guys.
All right. Before we get to Coach Kurt Bradley and the Seminoles, I'd like to give a big shout out again to Francis Haynes and Josh McClendon with Vibrant Aspect Media. They're the ones that are making us look, well, as good as they can, I guess. I saw myself and was scared myself. But they're doing a great job here. Like I said, Francis got here before 7 o'clock this morning, just setting everything up. And we'll head over to Coach Bradley and head on over to Xavier.
All right. Thank you so much, Rich. We are pleased now to be joined by Coach Kurt Bradley and the Southeast Seminoles. Coach, thank you for being here today. Entering into his 3rd season as the leader at the helm there. Coach, please tell us who the players are and your fellow assistant coach that you have with you here today.
Yeah, Xavier Booker, senior offensive lineman, Caleb Crawford, junior linebacker. Caleb's going to be a 3-year starter for us as a freshman. Book's going into his 3rd season with us as our center, but a little injury a couple weeks ago, so he'll be sliding out to play some tackle for us. Coach Malcolm Belton, offensive coordinator. I coached him when he was in high school, back in Leesburg High School, 2011? He's been with us when we were at Braden River and now here at Southeast.
That just goes to speak on the importance of relationships. Coach, let me ask you to answer on this. He coached you, now you're coaching alongside him as a member of his staff. I mean, do you believe that this is an open example for your players to see every single day, just how important it is to build relationships and just how far those relationships can really go?
Absolutely. Just for playing for him and coaching for him, just what he did at Braden River, his track record speaks for itself, and there's no way you shouldn't be able to believe in him because he's done it. It's put out there, and like that's just who he is.
Interesting, you come off an 8-2 year, successful by a lot of people, win 80% of your games, but the 2 games you lost were the wrong ones, unfortunately. You didn't make the playoffs. I'm sure that kind of fuels the fire a little bit this year, and it looks like you got another challenging schedule ahead.
Yeah, and even before I get started, just wanted to send condolences to the Bowling family, Manatee High School. Bob Bowling was the athletic director at Braden River. He passed away, was at his funeral this morning, so just condolences to that family. Without Bob Bowling, I wouldn't have been at Braden River, would not be here, wouldn't have the family that I have. So just condolences to Bob Bowling and the Manatee family. He was just a great man. Moving to your question, yeah, look, we took over the program. They had gone, 1-9, 0-10 in 2 years. So we scheduled the program. We had a schedule for 2-year contracts with teams that we needed to play to get our program back on track. And the strength of schedule wasn't good enough to get us in the playoffs and losing to Osceola and Manatee last year. So, yeah, toughened up our schedule, have a tough district. So, we're putting ourselves in position where, with a good season, we'll be in the playoffs.
How well would you say that it's fueling the fire for this team going into this year? Because 8-2, it's a big jump from where you guys were when you first took over as the head coach of this program going into the 2024 season. But not being able to make the playoffs, obviously that's a disappointment, and the guys definitely wanted to be there. How well do you see them using this as a fueling point going into this year?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, we haven't talked much about last year. That's just not really. It's hard for. We have kids in our program that weren't here last year. We graduated 23 seniors, and we have a roster that was probably 50. So we graduated almost half of our roster from last year. All 23 graduated, so they walked across that stage. But we have a whole new team, So going off of last year, we're just focused on the here and now, and just very excited for the guys that we have, and the progress they've made. We've had a great summer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. This summer. That's become such a big part of football, especially here in Florida. You've got to have a good summer. There is no off season. You go to the spring game, and when you're done with the spring game, you break that down and you get in the weight room. You're in the weight room before the spring game, after the spring game. Practice starts on Monday. It goes and flows.
It is. If you're not working in the summer, you're getting past. And to be honest with you, like these kids, these young men, they eat it up. They want to be there. They want to put themselves in position to have the best season they can, and the only way to do that is to work in the summer. we went 4 days a week. I was in the weight room. Coach Hatcher, Coach Belton, they ran them on the field, and then we would, offense would, or the O-line and D-line would work, and then the skill guys would go outside, and we just kind of flip it as we went. So, but just a great summer. We're in shape. We're in the best shape we've been since this program, since this staff has been here. So we're excited for the future.
You spoke about some new players. You have one in particular who is very new to the program, and that would be Mason Summer, recently coming over into the system. How does it feel to have him in the system?
I guess we'll know. We'll know on Monday. Obviously his paperwork came in, and he is enrolled in the school. We had Boston Welchek that played in the spring game for us. So we'll have both those guys will be working come Monday. We've had quite a few kids transfer in over the summer. And the funny thing is, majority of those kids are zoned for us in the first place. So they had gone somewhere else and decided to come to their zone school. I think that's testament to the young men in our program for creating a culture where they know they're cared for, they know they're going to be worked, but at the same time, they know football is important. Don't get us wrong, but there's a lot of life that goes beyond football.
No question about it.
When this young man got hurt, I mean, there was coaches at the hospital. Principal visited him at his house. It's a school-wide commitment to these young men, and knowing that hey, you got people in your life that care about you and that love you.
So he was a center. Now he's going to move outside.
I don't think he can snap with this right now.
Right.
So we'll figure it out. Yeah.
Good club though.
Yeah,
no
doubt.
question about
no
it.
doubt.
Hey, when I did my previews, I tried to get a few important games. I got 6 for you. I mean, it starts with Wesley Chapel. They're a pretty good team from Pasco County. They're going to come to your place to start the season. You got Charlotte coming into town. You got a trip to Bayshore. They were a lot better last year. Probably going to be better this year. Cardinal Mooney's on your schedule. I mean, it's a gauntlet.
Yeah. You got to play good teams. Strength of schedule matters a lot. As far as we can't control the district games. Obviously, those are decided for us. But we scheduling our non-district games. We took into consideration the situation we had last year and improved our non-district schedule. So, yeah, I mean, looking forward to getting it started. To be honest with you, it's been a long time since we played football, and we're looking forward to it.
One of the big talkers going into last season was the fact that you guys had built and established the barbershop for the players to come into and to get haircuts and to talk about school, talk about life, and just be amongst each other. Is that something else that you're going to be doing this year as well?
Yeah. Well, they're looking all right now, but yeah, no. We got it set up on Thursdays where we got barbers that come in and some donate their time, or they'll cut hair in exchange for advertisement and those things. So we got a pretty good setup on Thursdays. So we'll get 8 to 10 guys haircuts on Thursdays. There's no cost to them, and just a really good time for people just to hang out and enjoy. In the downtime, just like you would at a normal barbershop, but they don't have to go anywhere to do it. And then more times than not, we're headed to the JV game right afterwards to watch the JV on Thursday. So it's been a really good addition. Just try and keep kids out of there when they want to take a nap. So,
whose idea was that? I think that's an awesome idea.
I thought about public announcement to people that don't know, these guys don't shower on campus anymore, so showers on school grounds are just really not used. So we had when Coach Meckley had the field house design, has just a huge open shower area, and it's just dead space that wasn't used. I'm like, well, we got to find some way to use it. And so did some trim molding in there, had some people donate some barber chairs, and one of our coaches works in a glass company who donated a big mirror. So it's it's been awesome. We're happy that we came up with the idea and we're able to get it executed.
Final question I have for you is there a mantra, a motto, or slogan for this team going into this season, and if so, what is it?
If there is one, I didn't come up with it. We got a mantra, guys?
No.
Look, I've been doing this a long time, and we've got really good coaches. Our coaching staff is fantastic. We've got Jamal Sanders, who was a former head coach in the area, Jason Hatcher, who's coached a very long time, Irvin Gibbs, who's a lifetime Southeast guy. We got a lot of really good coaches on our staff, Chase Fisher and Tariq Houston, who's a Southeast alum. We got a lot of really, really good coaches, and just with all the experience and those things, we just know mantras go so far, right? And then all of a sudden, it's like when it really gets tough, it's like, hey, man, like, words don't save you. You know what I'm saying? It's the work you've done with the brothers that you're doing it with, and you know, I'm really, really proud of what our program is doing right now. It's not all glitz and glam. Like, these kids do a lot of work. We've established a stable program where now kids that are supposed to go to Southeast are going to Southeast with our freshman and sophomore classes. You know, when we finished the first season, we were at 34 kids, I think, in the program. We'll be pushing 80 this year.
Wow.
So to have that turnaround in just a couple years, and not only that, but those kids are walking across the stage, like that's what it's all about, and we're extremely proud of, you know, these two as being leaders of that charge for us. I mean, to have a kid starting linebacker at Southeast as a freshman, he's going to have a chance to break the all-time tackles list at Southeast High School. Some of the defensive guys that come through there.
I was just going to say, that's quite, that would be quite an
yeah, he's going to have a chance to do that. Yeah, and you know, Book over here is just he bounced around a little bit his freshman year, and then, you know, found a home with us, and just some of the relationships they've built in the halls of the program, and what we represent with top-down leadership of Ginger Collins to Matt Kitchie, the athletic director. Like, we're in a really good place, and we're really proud of the school and the football program.
Well, we certainly do appreciate you taking the time to come on down all the way from Bradenton and join us here, and heal well, young man. Yeah. Thank you for taking the time, and continued success. Yep. And let's make that playoff run.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate everybody here.
Kurt Bradley, the head coach of the Southeast Seminoles, joining us here on the dais here at Carroll GMC. And coming up next, the Palmetto Tigers. We'll be back.
back here at Carroll GMC for the 2026 Media Day here in Venice, Florida. Right now, I'm turning over to Rich Spitaleri and Xavier McKnight with the Palmetto Tigers.
All right, before we get to Palmetto, we'd like to thank our sponsors and local community businesses to help make this a huge success once again for the 4th straight year. Brewburger, Brewza-Bagel, and Brewburger's Back Porch, as well as Furniture Warehouse of Venice, professional, knowledgeable, and fun. See Michelle with 1L. Xavier.
All right. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, John. Joining us now, we have Coach Eric Sanders going into his 3rd season as the lead man at the helm for the Palmetto Tigers. Coach, welcome. Thank you for being here today. And please tell us who the players are that you brought with you.
This is Maurice Carter, senior receiver. Chase Henson, senior defensive lineman. Matthew Hennessy, senior quarterback. Brandon Galloway on the edge there, senior kicker and punter. Isaiah Tyson, senior defensive end. And David Hayes, senior offensive lineman.
10-2 in 2025. Continuing to take really good strides here with this program. Taking over in year 1 and really taking a giant leap with them there and taking a bigger leap last year. But you lost to Mitchell in the state playoffs kind of early on. Folks had you projected to go a little further. I'm sure everyone here wanted to go further. But what are you taking out of how the season finished last year and using it as lessons as a way that it's going to help fuel you and build you up even more for 2026?
Yeah, it was a disappointing finish there at the end last year. We had a great season otherwise. But the biggest thing for this group coming up for the 26th season is now we're senior-led. We've returned, I think, 18 starters. All these guys are 1 or 2 year starters that have been through wars and games, got experience now in playoffs. And now, we're experienced, we're senior-led. And it's just a different mindset when you're headed into big games or in the playoffs when you're senior-led as opposed to a little bit on the younger side. So going into this season, these guys have been working their tail off. They got a chip on their shoulder. They want it all. Beating Manatee, winning the district won't be enough for them. They want the whole thing.
You mentioned Manatee. That's one of the games that I had as a key game on October 9th. But before that, you have the kickoff classic against the pretty good Lake Gibson team. You go to Clearwater Central Catholic. Mm-hmm. That's a very sneaky good game. They're always a well-coached, tremendous squad. You have Riverview at your place. They project out to be pretty good. You have Naples coming to your place. You've got quite the schedule.
Yeah, I mean, you go 10-2, and anybody that does research on our team knows we have a lot coming back, right? You got basically our whole offense coming back, and plenty of players on defense coming back. So, when you put the schedule together, you want to schedule tough, especially with the new ranking system. They're going to reward teams that play tough schedules. So, we welcome the challenge. Our kids are ready for it. They've been busting their tails since first part of January to get ready for the season, and we're ready to go.
For you guys as the players, is this like the most sure that a feeling of sureness that you have going into a season since Coach has been here? Because he mentioned that most of you, if not all of you up there, 1 or 2 year starters for the program, and you're seniors now. So and it's a player-led locker room anyway. Is this like the most sure you feel about things heading into a season? What's the question again?
Is this the most sure that you've been that this is going to be a really good season?
Oh yeah, definitely most sure about that. We're player-led in the locker room. We always bring the energy. I mean, we're in the weight room every day, Monday through Friday. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna bring it.
Go ahead, Mo. Excellent.
I'm sure. I'm very sure. We got a lot of seniors coming back this year. Our offense is loaded as usual, and we getting a couple deep key pieces in the defensive side too. And once we get it clicking, ain't no stopping us. So I really think this is the theory that we can take it far, for real.
And the reason I asked you guys that question is because it goes back to what Coach said about it's different when you have guys who have been younger and they're still coming up through a system. But when you have older guys who are leading the way, they've been here, they've been helping establish the culture, they've been building the blueprint, and now we've just got to go out there in the field and we just got to put it out there for everybody to see.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. All right. I did skip one game, and it's a game that you guys have kind of owned the last couple of years, and that's the parish community game. You have to go there. You have won the district the last 2 years by beating them. Obviously, we talked to them earlier, and this is a game that obviously is pretty big for them, and it's obviously pretty big for you.
Yeah, that's the first district game we have this year. We start out at Parrish, then we go to Manatee, and then we finish with Sumner. Obviously, we got a tough district with Sumner adding into the 2 county teams that we're playing as well. So we look forward to all the district games, and we'll be ready for them. So we're ready for the challenge.
What's the mantra, the motto, or the slogan for this team going into this season that you guys are going to carry with you?
My teammate said Gabos, game ain't based on sympathy, because it's not. So when we on that field, we coming to kill and we coming to play. And we not playing this year because we came up short these last 2 years. And this is my last year, so I want it all. I ain't gonna stop till I get it.
No, I like that. I want to follow up by asking this, and any of you feel free to answer this too, because you talked about what you want to do on the field with that. How are you also going to take that mantra and that mindset and put it into the classroom as well? Because yes, football, great, it's important, but you're still a student athlete, and the most important part about being a student athlete is being a student.
Yes, sir. And right now, right, that question right there, I'm gonna do good in school because I'm a captain, and they showing me player leader on and off the field. Like, I can lead the youngins and teach them stuff. And in the classroom, I can be a leader and raise my hand and like answer all questions and be on top of everything. Somebody slacking, I'm gonna help. Just because I'm a captain, so I'm so used to it of helping people now and becoming a leader and stuff. So,
I mean, I'd say just like don't slack. Just do what you got to do in the classroom. Other than that, like just do what you got to do. So really all it is.
Yeah, I'd say being a leader really comes off the field. So when you're a leader off the field, that comes with school, in the community, and all that. And I'd say that's a pretty important part of everything.
Yeah, 100%. You know, getting your schoolwork done first is definitely priority. You know, that's something I take part in. You know, as my parents say, you can't play until you do your schoolwork. So you know, you got to prioritize that. Also, you know, being a leader off the field is very important. You know.
Summer participation. I know it's a huge thing here in Florida. Talk to me about it. How's the summer gone in the weight room? Because I know that can be so boring. You know, I got to go to the weight. I got to lift weights 5 days a week. But that's where you win your championships, isn't it?
Yeah, this has been our best summer since I've been here. If you were out of town on a family vacation or something, they were in the weight room, and we've had outstanding attendance all summer. They've learned to love the weight room now.
Mm-hmm.
They go in there and have a great time. Spend an hour and 15 minutes every day in there, and sometimes it's hard to pull them out. So kudos to them, but it's quite the process. That doesn't happen overnight.
Right.
That's a deliberate thing that they got to get accustomed to the weight room, and then once you get good in the weight room, then you start liking it. Once you start pushing each other and they start seeing the results, then they start to really like it in there. So the summer's been our best summer since I've taken over.
Final question I have for you, Coach, on my end at least is, when you're out in the Palmetto and the Manatee County communities, what is it that you want to hear the citizens just saying about this team, about this program, not just as players, but who they are as young men?
Just that they're, you know, something that they look up to, that the youth can look up to, and they enjoy watching on Friday night. They love the way they carry themselves. They love the way they compete. They love the sportsmanship, all of that. We obviously have a huge Tiger Vision crew that does all our games and gets a lot of viewers to watch them. So there's people not only in the stands but on, you know, at home watching on YouTube for us. So just to represent the school, represent the community the best, so they look forward and look up to them and all that.
My final question, you talked a little bit about the competition, the level of competition, the schedule. There's the new open classification this year. Is that on the radar? Is that something you're going to strive for, to be in the top 8 in the state? Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, you know, typical years, it's probably not realistic. But with this group coming back, everything's on the table. We're extremely good on offense. We bring back basically the entire offense. Our special teams has got to be one of the best in the country. And then defensively, we're going to be really, really good. So, like, all 3 phases working together with the combination of experience and guys that this is their last ride in high school. They don't want it to end. It's just a different mindset than juniors who can always say, hey, I got next year. Yep. So it's just a different mindset, and these guys have that right mindset right now. So time will tell, but we feel really good where we're at.
Coach Eric Sanders of the Palmetto Tigers, and the 6 players that you brought, nothing but the best for you guys this year. Good luck, and more importantly, be healthy.
Appreciate that. Thanks for having us.
Take it easy. All right, so there he is, Eric Sanders of the Palmetto Tigers. And again, we're at Carroll GMC, our signature sponsor for our high school football preview, service selection. Experience what car buying should be. Who can make you drive with a smile? Carroll can on the beautiful island of Venice. The brand new Welland Park Eagles are up next. We'll be back.
We're back here at Carroll GMC. John Masoni here, and got a very interesting situation here. I get to introduce for the first time the Welland Park Eagles.
Yes.
Coach Sasha Heyer. Guys, appreciate you being here. Hope you're here for many more years to come. Guys, take it away.
All right, before we talk with Coach Heyer and the gang, we want to thank our sponsors one more time and local community businesses who help make this a tremendous success. Brewburger and Brews a Bagel, also Brewburger's Back Porch, and Furniture Warehouse of Venice. Professional, knowledgeable, and fun. See Michelle with 1L. I got to meet Michelle a little earlier. She was here. And she's actually from my neck of the woods, from Massachusetts. So
Small world.
It really is. Xavier, take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, Rich. As John said, for the first time ever, we're proud to introduce to everyone, really, head coach Sasha Heyer and the Welland Park Eagles. You guys are going into your first year as a school, your first year as a program. Before we start talking about any expectations for the season of any sort, I have to ask, what has all of the adjustment been like so far as you go into this brand new environment?
For us, it was just getting a group of kids together from multiple schools within our district. We had kids from Venice, Lemon Bay, and Northport coming in. We really couldn't do much until June 1st, the first day of summer. And meanwhile, we were under construction. Certain parts of the building were under construction. We told the coaching staff, we told them, you cannot exit a certain door or you're going to get yelled at because the construction company may be outside. And we had little gates and walkways. So that was the biggest thing is getting adjusted to a new facility and for the young men to get adjusted to possibly new coaches.
Speaking of young men, why don't you introduce the young men?
I got Robert Corrigan, he's a senior, Tyler Miller, Sebastian Cabanas, and Nico, I'm drawing a daggone blank. Brasco. Nico Brasco.
All right, well, great for all you to be here. And you mentioned that they're coming from several different schools. Mm-hmm. It's interesting how they did the redistricting and the lines and that nature. I want to ask you guys, I mean, this has got to be kind of exciting for you, being part of something that's just brand new. I just want to get your guys' perspective on what the summer's been like. Grab the mic and whoever wants to jump in, jump in.
Well, the summer, it was like a big change going from a new school, like coming from Venice, but going to the new school at Welland, it's a big change to going there.
Mm-hmm. All right.
For me, we started off at this CrossFit center. All the guys that I was with, they all seemed to like it was easy to get to know them. They took me in, because most of them were from Venice, so it was pretty easy to get to know people, and I felt like this program it's really doing its job, and it's going to be really good.
Now, Tyler's coming from Lemon Bay.
Okay.
And Sebastian's coming from Northport.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it was really easy to connect with all my teammates. We all have team bonding, and we're all really excited for this season.
All right. It's kind of stuck on the helmet there, guys.
Definitely connecting with different players from different schools made it a lot easy, made it very easy. Coaches made it very easy. We work hard and we're really excited.
There was a mention there about CrossFit, and Coach, you also made a mention about certain parts of the building still being under construction during the start of the summer as you all were getting all of this together. How often have you been able to actually do your workouts at the school, or have you had to go to different fields and facilities and do this?
Early on, springtime, we were fortunate enough to have Megalodon Fitness open up their facility to allow kids to come in and work out. And we had a group of about 35 kids that would come and lift, and we were there from 3 o'clock to about 3:50 early in the spring. And once basically school ended, we stopped. It was basically about the time spring practice hit, because we wanted to make sure that the kids were good for exams, things like that, and us getting ready to open up the school. And really, it wasn't much. It was hairy about whether or not we were getting in June 1st. We had to fight for it. Our administration fought for it. and we eventually got in. And June 1st, we opened up at 6:45 a.m.
Wow.
These kids were the first ones to ever really step foot on Welland Park's campus.
I think it's interesting. Did you not have a spring game?
No, we didn't have spring practice.
So you're already behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, our spring practice was with incoming ninth graders only. It was at College Preparatory of Welland Park. It was at a elementary school there next to the Costco in Welland Park. And it was ninth graders only. I told these upperclassmen, do not show up. Do not show up at all. You got to stay away. It's ninth graders, incoming kids only. We had a spring practice per se. One of the things when I took the position, I told the principal, Mr. Grossenbacher, we have to go to a camp. And we were fortunate enough to obtain a donor, an anonymous donor, to help us go to FCA camp. And I took the whole program. Other schools like Hardee, Lake Placid, Auburndale, NFEI, I'm mispronouncing that school's name. There was 9 other schools there. They had maybe 25, 26. We brought 74 athletes to that camp. Basically split them up. Basically JV varsity type thing, youngers, olders. They had a team, we had a team, and we went and competed. We practiced, and it was an awesome time. It was a great bonding experience for the kids. They were basically gone 2 days, 3 days. I mean, we left on a Wednesday morning and came back Friday afternoon and competed against, some 3A schools that are solid programs, and we held our own.
It's a first-year program, but you come from great infrastructure, blueprint, background, and experience with this, coming from the Venice High School coaching staff and spending many years over there. What are the biggest lessons in your time at Venice and coaching under Coach Peacock that you're taking with you to Welland Park that you believe is going to be good establishment going into year one?
Number one, Coach Peacock's a phenomenal coach. He's the best right now really in the state of Florida. Top year in, year out, they're one of the premier programs. The biggest thing really that I'm taking from them is the culture, a little bit of the mental and the physical toughness, the workouts in the weight room, those type of things. And the game is not won. Yeah, the game's won on Friday night, but in the end, it's the 365 days of competing in the weight room, competing on the practice field. You're always competing.
So it's 365 days, yet you guys have about 60, 70.
We're now roughly 50.
Yeah.
If that. I don't know how many's in June and how many's what days?
And you can't count the weekends,
days.
right?
Yeah.
So, are you prepared for? Because again, this is a year-round thing, and you weren't. I'd almost seem, if it was me, I would want to start next year just so I could get a year under my belt.
Well, the school starts, August 10th, and we got to go.
Okay.
There's nothing better than setting the foundations. These gentlemen are laying the foundation.
Sure.
And that was what was interesting to me, is to be able to lay a foundation, be part of it from the very start, and having an administrative team that understands what it's going to take. I don't know if we could wait another year as time goes on, and really this is the first year of a cycle. I mean, a lot of schools will go JV their first year. Well, this is the beginning of the cycle. And if kids are going to move, seniors aren't going to get the looks because they're playing a JV schedule.
Okay.
Now we're opening up 9 through 12. If we were opening up 9th to 10th, it's a JV schedule. But because we're opening up to everybody, we went to varsity.
To the players, I want to ask you, because your kickoff classic is against Northport, it's the first ever football game that you all are going to play. Now, yes, it's preseason, and it's not going to count towards your regular season record, but it is the first football game that you all will play as a program. And for you all and the rest of your teammates in particular, you're going to be able to say that you were the first football players in the history of Welland Park High School. What does that mean to you, knowing that you will always have your name stamped in history like that when we talk about this school?
Well, first of all, it means a lot. And we're not going to treat it like a preseason game. We're going to treat it like a real game. And we're all going to be hardworking, ready on the field. And just for all the schools that are on our schedule, we're going to be ready, and we're practicing really hard.
It means a lot to me as well. This season, we have a lot to prove. I mean, we haven't played a single snap yet. We're all ready to go out there for the kickoff classic and just try our best to win, play good as a team.
Like Sebastian has said, we're not treating it as like a preseason game. We're treating it as a real game, and we're coming out there. We're putting Welland Park on the map, and we have a lot to prove this season.
I mean, we're all extremely excited. We worked really hard all summer long, and we're just ready to put it out there on the field and etch our names in those books in a positive way.
All right, so one more here for you just from me. What is going to be the mantra, the motto, or the slogan for the Welland Park Eagles for the first time ever?
What we all came up with, what Coach Hire came up with, chip on our shoulder. We all come in from different schools. We're all leaving a chip on our shoulder to come play at Welland Park.
Kind of a good one. Coach, I know you start off with Northport. You have a history with Northport. You used to be the coach there.
Yeah, I was there. What's ironic is the principal was at Welland Park. He was the offense coordinator. I was the defense coordinator in 2002 and 2003, and then he moves on to administration. But yeah, I was assistant there, also a head coach there.
And I noticed on your schedule, I think you play all 3 schools this year that the kids are coming from?
Yes. We wanted to set up a schedule where we can be competitive right off the bat. There's a lot of schools in this area that obviously we are not ready for, and we're also technically a 3A school. We're right now, the last I heard, we were at 1,090 students, and there's people in what they call the queue ready to get placed. So we're roughly 1,100, which is the size of the Lemon Bays and the 3A schools.
Any for you guys, when you get to play your old school, I'll start with you, Tyler. You get to play Lemon Bay. Is that going to have a little extra oomph there?
Yeah, I definitely think that game's gonna be a really fun game. I'm excited to play my old teammates, and I'm just ready to go off.
How have you been received by your old teammates? How do you still talk to some of them?
Yeah, I'm still pretty good buddies with them. Some of them weren't too fond of my switch, but a lot of them supported me through it, and I'm grateful to have them.
And you guys, Sebastian, Northport, obviously the first time you hit the field, you're going to be facing some old teammates. I'll ask you the same questions I asked Tyler. Do you still have some camaraderie with some of those guys? And, have they been supportive?
Yes and no. Some of them have been supporting. We have a great friendship, but it's all competition on the field.
Right.
We're going to talk smack on the field, and we're going to become brothers after it.
There you go. And the 2 Venice guys. Nico, start with you.
Well, we don't play the varsity.
You don't play the varsity.
Yeah,
okay, my bad. My bad.
They don't.
Okay,
it's all right though.
Never mind. All right, I'm done.
I'm good to go.
All right. Well, Coach Sasha Heyer, wish you nothing but success.
Thank you guys for giving us the opportunity. Thank you to Carroll Buick for opening it up to us. This is awesome. It really is. You guys do a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you for coming in. Certainly do appreciate it. And great success, good luck, and most of all, stay healthy.
Thank you.
All right, take it easy. Sasha Heyer, the first-year head coach of the Welland Park Eagles. Boy, it does roll off your tongue, Welland Park Eagles. It's very good. All right, we are here at Carroll GMC, our signature sponsor and home for our 4th annual high school football preview. Service selection experience, what car buying should be. Who can make you drive with a smile? Carroll can, on the beautiful island of Venice. We'll wrap it up with the Sarasota Christian Blazers when we return.
And welcome back to the Carroll GMC car dealership here in Venice, Florida, and our 2026 Suncoast Kickoff Football Media Day. John Masoni back here with Rich Pedalari and Xavier McKnight. And guys, figure we'll have a little time before our last, but not least, team to show up to be in our today. Sarasota Christian gets here. We give a little chance to just sort of handicap a little bit what we expect from this year's teams from our 941 area code, and see who we maybe can agree upon who's going to have maybe a better year than most. Xavier, I'll ask you, in no particular order, teams that you're looking at and expecting maybe some big things from.
I'm going to say my top two teams in Manatee County right now are the Palmetto Tigers and the Bayshore Bruins. And the main reason I'm picking them, number one, is because of what we saw them do last season on the field. We saw both programs take big strides forward.
Right.
But also going into 2026, those are the two programs out of that county that I would say I'm the most sure of right now. I don't know what to expect coming out of Manatee, with Mason Summer not being the quarterback of the future for that program this season, as I'm sure that they had planned on being. I don't know what to expect out of Parrish, even though I believe that Coach McNear is going to do great things. I don't know what to expect under his first year as a head coach, because yes, they went 9-2 last year, but he was not the head coach of the team that did that. He was an assistant on that team, but that's a totally different ball game, and we all know that. I don't know what to expect out of Lakewood Ranch. They probably actually would be number 3 in the entire county and Manatee right now for me, just because of the familiarity and the consistency that Coach Paravicini has been building there. When it comes to Sarasota County, I believe that Venice is the top team overall in the county, and that will be followed up by Cardinal Mooney as the number 2 team, Riverview number 3, and Sarasota comes in at number 4 for me.
Okay.
Interesting.
Rich, what do you think?
I would agree that Palmetto, they look like they've got a little bit of a chip on their shoulders. I know there were several teams that did that, used that as kind of their mantra, but I really believe that Coach Sanders and the gang are still smarting from that Mitchell game, only putting up 7 points in a tough 9-7 loss. I have more confidence than you in Parrish. I really think Parrish is. I loved Cody McNear, their new head coach. The kids really seem to be buying in, and Jacoby Thomas is. Unless I see somebody else out of this area, maybe somebody from Venice. He had 14 touchdowns last year. I could easily see him getting close to double that, 20, 25. This year for them. I think Southeast, I think, also has a shot to be pretty good. They're just stuck in a district that is just, they're in a district with Bayshore, so that's going to be an interesting, I put that as one of the bigger games, September 11th, one of the few on Friday night.
You know what, John and Rich, I forgot about Southeast for a second. Now I'm going to go ahead and put Southeast right there actually as number 2, and I'll move Bayshore to number 3 on that list for me in Manatee County.
Well, listen, then September 11th, and there's not very many games on September 11th. A lot of teams are playing on Thursday night. That's probably your game of the night there on that Friday, September 11th, Southeast at Bayshore. And that will go a long ways to determine who might the second team be out of that district. That's going to be a tough district. I don't think there's any question that Venice is clearly the team to beat, not only in Sarasota County, but I think in our area. I think Cardinal Mooney will be very good again. I totally agree with that. What's happened at Booker is probably they might have been number 2 or even number 3. I don't think that is the case anymore. I think Riverview is going to be very good, but boy, they were really stepping it up schedule wise. And I appreciate Coach Cristiani's enthusiasm, but that is, Naples, Palmetto, Manatee, that's kind of a tough schedule. Sarasota's not going to be a pushover this year either. I really think that they've got a shot to make some noise, and obviously in Charlotte County, it's the Port Charlotte Pirates. I think Charlotte's going to be a little better, but Port Charlotte has a chance to, they made it to the state semifinals last year. They have one of the best duos in the entire country, let alone the state of Florida, at quarterback and receiver. And I think, in Flaherty and Pearl, and I think they've got a shot to win a state title.
No doubt. I'm going to take a little different tack on this one thing. It's fun to have the Classical Academy. It's fun to have Sarasota Christian showing up. It's fun to have those teams around because goals are a little different in their universe. You know what I mean? And I think that I love the enthusiasm that comes along with the coaches and the kids in programs where they don't have a lot of the coverage that others are getting. So just want to point that out. I think that when they get into their seasons and their playoffs, there's some big games that they play amongst each other and some of those things. And Class of Academy is an eight-man team. They won't play as many teams around the area, but still, it's a kind of a fun thing to kind of keep an eye on. I do appreciate Coach Spen, who'll be here a little bit, sending his emails and keeping us posted on how the team is doing. It really is a great idea because it's much more personal and you take more to spend more attention to it. Going what you guys were saying, Manatee County, you're right. I know that Manatee's got a little bit of they're sort of not quite, we're not sure what they're going to be at this point. I think Palmetto is the one team that is definitely on track. That's final score when they lost in the playoffs, my jaw dropped. I thought they were on their way to be in the state semifinals. I thought they were on their way. And sometimes that's going to happen. It can be sometimes a weather issue, sometimes just a bad night. Look, I hate to say this, but by all means, don't let anybody think it's an indictment of referees. But sometimes it's referees, and it can affect a call, can affect the way a game goes. But I think I like Palmetto. I think I do like Southeast also as well. Like getting a chance to talk to Coach Bradley a little bit. There's sometimes you can see when a coach has been around for a while, and there's sort of a calmness to them, and they say, I feel like this is going in the right direction. I kind of trust that a little bit. But I think across the board, there's a lot of improvement that's happening in Manatee County. I think Bayshore from an 0-10 squad to get to that 500 mark to see a playoff game. I love that. I think Lakewood Ranch has always got a chance to win. They got a great coach with a great spirit. He's a guy that I think the kids rally around as well. His problem is he just got put into a really tough district.
No.
So it just really makes it hard to say, like, hey, all your goals are there. But you never know. So I think there's a lot of good to be said there. I'm going to go to Charlotte County real fast. Obviously, Port Charlotte is the class of that situation. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Quarterback play is so important at the high school level, at every level. In college, I say quarterback and coach, quarterback and coach. If you get the two, you got something going. They got something going. They got a quarterback coach and a receiver and a running back who is watch that kid go down. He is not going down. There's the secret weapon. That kid is ridiculously good. So I think there's a lot to be said about that. And I think the motivation is not just, I think we can. It's we know we can, and we got the guys. So that's for sure. And just to see how Charlotte plays, they're in a tough classification. 5A is not easy,
right?
And they got to fight a bunch of teams out of Fort Myers, and that's where they're going to be at. So we'll see about that. But Lemon Bay, I'm going to be interested to see how they follow. I almost like want to talk to Coach Mensing like 5 games in and said, how are you enjoying the way your season's going? Do you feel the same motivations or whatever? Just to kind of pick his brain a little bit based on his decision to go ahead and go in the SSAA. So I'm looking forward to that. Sarasota County, obviously, Sarasota County, I would say this. Manatee County always had like pretty tough rivalries. They still do. They're old school rivalries in a lot of cases. But it's a hotbed for rivalries right now in Sarasota County. You've got the natural rivalry in Sarasota Riverview, and it's always been there. Here comes Sarasota. They're on the rise. Coach Cristiani, he's coaching a tougher schedule. You've got Venice, who are perennial power now. You got Cardinal Mooney, who's getting to that point. You win 2 in a short window. It's not perennial, but it's a hot time. But they're going to be tough to deal with. The real interesting thing is going to be because the districts are going to be so hotly contested. That's where you're going to see new rivalries coming around. Pick a game in the district on either side that you wouldn't want to see. You know, Sarasota Riverview, Venice, against any of those schools. Okay, you got that going on. Lakewood Ranch, them getting involved. I'm interested to see Northport getting back in the fray. Now, I understand that there's some tough teams, but I think they're going to be the team that you don't want to overlook. You know, all of a sudden you just, and I'm not saying everybody, but there might be like, a score might be like a little closer than you think it's going to be. We'll see how that works out.
I actually agree with you on that, John, because I actually asked Northport about this when they were here earlier this morning. it makes a difference that they know that they now have a chance to actually have something to play for at the end of their season. They have been an independent for the past few years, and now they're back in district play. It makes a difference when you're actually having a chance to battle out there with your brothers out there on that field for practices, for games, in the locker room, whatever the case may be. And you guys know that if we are able to really put this all together how we need to put it all together, we could be a team that is competing for a state championship at the end of this season. Now, I know that on the outside, that's not exactly what's being said about Northport, but it's something that they can at least look towards as a goal. They couldn't look towards that as a goal last year since they were an independent team. They were all going out there and they were playing, and it was mainly just we're putting film on tape for potential college recruiters to come and see us. But what are we actually playing for this season, for this team, for this school?
Right, I totally agree. Also talking about rivalries, we just got done with Welland Park. I'm looking at the coaches right now. When does that rivalry with Northport kick in? Because like I said, right, that
2
would be,
weeks.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. There's rivalries all around, and we're going to see how that all plays out. But going back to that 3A district, the Cardinal Mooney, the Southeast, the Booker, those guys, Bayshore. Man, I think once that district schedule clicks in, there's going to be a lot of good football games. Again, seeing what happens with Booker in the long run, but nonetheless, it's going to be very, very majorly contested. And again, schools that are looking to play tougher schedules, they're all trying to play tougher schedules. I give Cardinal Mooney a tip of the cap because they went out. They're going to play St. Thomas Aquinas, and you ask for that. And I can appreciate the ability to want to in that situation. So we'll see how that plays out. That's a kickoff classic as well. So kickoff classic, first games. I think every week you're gonna have a choice of a few games that would be games or games of the week or games of the year in some cases, depending on how well they all do. Last year we talked about a little bit about what I thought or what we thought would come out of the. As far as classifications and who would finish where. I said last year I thought that 5 teams would come out of here with state semifinals into the state semis, and 2 would win state championships. 1 did, but 5 did make it. I would not be surprised. Again, the classifications are not in every situation, but I'll say this year I'm going to say 3 make it to the state semifinals, and I believe that there will be 1 state champion again this year. And I'm going to tell you this, I don't know who it's going to be. Because I can tell you right now, Venice got a tough schedule. Cardinal Mooney's got a tough schedule. And they're going to put it out there. But I wouldn't put it past it to be a Palmetto. Would you be surprised if you guys if Palmetto won a state championship?
No. They were just a few plays away.
They just got to break that glass ceiling you talked about all the time.
It's just got to be, and a little bit of me being 1 and 3 is because there's 2 teams, maybe, that might get into that open division.
Absolutely.
One or 2 might get in there based on their schedule and based off they win their games. They could get into that spot. So that leaves them to say, oh, you're picking less this year. Yeah, but not because I don't think there's more success to happen. There might be a different level of success in this particular case.
Palmetto was just a few plays away from just a couple of things going more right in their favor against Mitchell last year in the playoffs to possibly being towards the state semifinals just last year, as you just said. So, and I expect them to build off of that. We had them here earlier. We could feel the intensity with them right there. They have a chip on their shoulder to go out and prove that they are better than how they finished a year ago.
Coach Sanders took Braden River as an assistant coach, the offensive coordinator, to the semifinals against St. Thomas Aquinas. They were on the cusp. He knows what it takes to win. He knows what it takes, and I think he's a dynamic play caller. I hope he's still calling plays. I mean, and he's a guy that I think that has that bit. Like I told you, he's very polished. And I think there's something to that. I think he kind of exudes a little bit of confidence that can carry it over to the team. So I do like them as one of those potential state championship type teams.
You brought up Coach Sanders though, and what he did at Braden River. I got to bring up the other person that was there with him.
That's what
being Coach
I'm glad
Bradley.
you did that. Yeah.
And that is where Southeast comes in for me, and it would not surprise me if they went into the postseason and actually went into a deep run this year too.
Right, and I think he's been there. And sometimes, even though you've established yourself as a great coach, which he has at high school level, it takes a little while to get your culture put in place. I think the culture's there.
Yeah.
I think there's no more. I don't think they have to guess what coach wants from them or what he expects from their effort level or whatever it may be. I think that's all been taken care of. In this day and age in high school football, kids are transferring here and there. I think Southeast has always been sort of a hotbed for talent in that area.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's shut the gate and put a little lock on it. I think he's got a team now that he's going to be able to ride to a level that's where he wants it to be. So that's what I like about it. I like when there's a lot of good teams and there's a lot of chances for people to be there. I've said this last year and I'll say it again this year. 941 area code. This little area this is a hotbed for a lot of not just teams but individuals, and we can get into all the individuals. But I don't know, Xavier, you might know for sure, but there's got to be 25, 30 D1 kids right now playing football in this area.
It's possibly more than that, but it's definitely right around the 25, 30 number, you would say at minimum, but I believe it possibly could be more than that.
Well, there are 3 at Port Charlotte alone.
Right, and don't forget, we're not talking about seniors, talking about all up and down all the levels.
True.
And I can remember, like, you'd get the paper out and you'd say, oh, let's see who got D1 offers, and you'd see 3. Again, that's great. 3 is great. Now it's 33.
Yep.
So that the talent is being cultivated. Aliens didn't come and just drop a bunch of football players in here out of nowhere. This is the coaching and the cultivation of talent, get to their maximum potential. And I think kids are buying in because they see what the benefits are.
I'm glad you said that because, yes, the athletes are absolutely phenomenal doing the job that they do, but they're getting the proper development that they need. And it does help, especially when you look at a case of a school like Bayshore. Their head coach is Ace Sanders. That's a guy that played big-time college ball.
Absolutely right.
Played in the NFL. Kurt Bradley's been doing this for a long time here on the high school level. But it helps when you have folks who have been on those different levels of the game that many of those kids aspire to want to go to.
Right. Mm-hmm.
They will gravitate towards that more if it's somebody that has actually experienced it. Sometimes you have to see something in order to believe that you can actually be it. And once you actually see it, you know that you have the chance to do it, and it's going to bring the best out of you.
Right. And that's the thing. So and when coach says something and you know that he had been down that road, it validates what he's saying. There's no second guess. What does he know? Well, go look at the mantle or go look at his resume.
Guys, I love what Kurt Bradley said about his, the first 2 years we were terrible. So last year we scheduled because we knew we weren't as good yet. So we won 8 games. We didn't make the playoffs. So then they reevaluated, and they made the schedule tougher this year. It's a process, and they're going through the process right now. The kids have bought in. Coaches have bought in, and he's very confident in the way he handles himself. I was very impressed with him.
That's again, learning process, even for a guy who's been a coach for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
He took a different route. It worked. It was great for the season, but didn't get him where he wanted to go to. Now he's going to readjust and do what he needs to do. And I think it probably is the proper steps to take because he had to make sure, again, establishing culture is a big deal. And that's again, like it's being in the gym, lifting and knowing you can get 2 more out, but you don't feel like it, and you say, I'm just not going to get those last 2 reps. And then knowing that the coach knows you can do more or expects more, and then you do the 2 reps. That's it. It's so simple. I remember maybe 8-10 years ago, about what coaches noticed about other teams. And Venice was playing Plant, and the Plant's coach was Wiener.
Mm-hmm.
And that's name is
Robert Wiener.
Robert Wiener. Yep. And he basically said it was a compliment. He's like, "You beat us in January." That's why we lost this game.
That's exactly right.
Because the culture is in place. The workouts are there. The conditioning is done. So when you came out game 1, game 2, whatever it was, you were already there. Your team was already in that situation. And understand, when you got that part taken care of, the process of getting better during the season is easier.
Right.
Because you're not trying to I'm still not in shape. this is why, again, not to get off track, but in the NFL, they don't have, they condition all year, a little bit does, but the first couple of games when they're hitting, you see a lot of sloppy football because they're not ready to go.
Absolutely.
Because you don't have that. So when you get a buy-in like you get from getting now around here, these kids are ready. And they're ready to go. And then when somebody does face them, you're like, wow, okay, these guys are different level because they're running like it's game 6 and it's only 6 minutes into game 1. So that's how it works.
And I have to say this too. I feel like we're only going to see it continue to get better as we go forward, because you're not just seeing it on the high school level. You're seeing it on the Pee Wee and the Little League levels as well too. You're seeing folks who have a great rich history in this game, whether it's through coaching, playing, whatever the case may be. They are investing back into this community by coming in and giving their knowledge to these youngsters.
Yes. And I think, and that's what I said, when things get going and get hot, the whole thing expands. Community gets involved more. It's really it's a cool process to watch happen, because everybody says, "Oh, you just got to do." No, there's a lot to it, and when you start to see it go, it's really fun to watch. So, all right, guys. Well, thank you for that. We got our last but not least, we got the Sarasota Christian Blazers coming up next. I will take this headset off and get you guys started here in a few seconds. We'll be right back.
And welcome back one final time to Carroll GMC, the signature sponsor of our high school football preview, season number 4, service selection. Experience what car buying should be. Who can make you drive with a smile? Carroll can, on the beautiful island of Venice. And we would like to thank one more time our sponsors and local community businesses that help make this possible. Brewburgers, Brews a Bagel, and Brewburgers Back Porch, along with Furniture Warehouse of Venice. Professional, knowledgeable, and fun. See Michelle, she's the one with 1L. Got to meet her a little earlier today. Xavier, without further ado, let's wrap it up.
All right. Thank you, Rich. We are pleased to welcome in head coach Jacob Spinn and the Sarasota Christian Blazers. Coach, thank you for being here today. Thank you for making the trip down. Please introduce us to your players.
All right, so right directly to my left is Noah Spinn. So he'll be a senior wide receiver, free safety
you know him?
for us. I do. I am a little biased on that one on two levels.
Checking.
So
just making sure.
Yeah, just so.
He also spells it with both ends.
He
Okay,
does
good.
spell it with both ends.
Okay, good.
Very, very similar spelling. Same address, all kinds of good stuff. So, and then next to him is Jace Mayer. He's one of our offensive defensive linemen. He'll be a senior as well.
All right, well, guys, welcome. Thank you for being here as well. So let's take it back to 2025 for a second, if we may. 5-6 overall. You lost to Masters Academy in the state playoffs, but this program continues to take great strides each year. What are the lessons from 2025 that you're taking into 2026?
Yeah, we've definitely experienced a lot of growth. I mean, we're going to have a roster that's around 60, and we're a school of 220, 230. Percentage-wise, I think some of the other teams that if they sat here with the same percentages, they'd definitely have a space issue, which is great. I wish they had that. I wish that was going on. So we got a big senior class. We definitely graduated. I think for maybe the first time we graduated. And it'll seem like we graduate people that have been here forever. We're gonna have a new quarterback for the first time ever. We got our receiving core graduated some guys. We had a lot of guys that were 4-year starters that were part of building and starting the program. So, but we have a lot of talent returning. We're gonna look different. We relied on Milliken to throw the ball 60 times a game. Tate will I think he's gonna do a great job for us, but we're going to be a lot more balanced. So I think that's really where I want to be. So I'm excited about that. We got there. We made steps in that direction in the season last year, and I think we'll continue that. We got 2 good running backs that are back. We got quite a few. Most of our O-line is, we lost Avante, but everybody else is back. So there's a lot of solid pieces to build on.
Kickoff Classic coming up against Gateway Charter, and then not too long into the season, St. Stephen's is on the schedule, and that's a local rivalry. It's kind of built.
Yeah, no, we've had some good battles with St. Stephen's, and obviously none of our rivalries are very old, but definitely had some good battles, and we've been on the plus side with them. We also have some great battles with ODA where we haven't been as great on the win-loss column, but still some absolutely great football games that people have got to watch. And I think that's been true. The very first time I was on this show, we talked about, we're starting out. What do you expect? And I told a lot of people I think we're going to be competitive. And sometimes that's a statement of we're not really going to be very good. But I think we have definitely been competitive, and I think we've been a lot of fun to watch. And I think that. That tells the story. There's a lot of people coming out to our games. It's a great community at Sarasota Christian that never had football, and now they do, and it's kind of cool. You get a bunch of alumni. They're coming back, and they're excited about it. And, man, I wish we would have had this when we were here type of stuff. So I get those comments quite a bit. But, yeah, there's some good games on our schedule. We got, some – we played quite a few schools out of the Tampa area as well, so Cambridge and Keswick will both be coming, and those are 2 schools we play in just about every sport as well. So,
Southwest Florida Christian, that's another decent school.
Yeah, they're not on our schedule, but that's you said Southwest Florida Christian. Yes, Southwest Florida Christian's been that was a great. I'm sorry.
I'm going. No, because I made a mistake earlier. And I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah. Well, it's probably more likely that who we're playing than I do. So, but no,
that's not a bad thing, by the way.
Yeah, no, that was we've had last year's football game with them was a great one. Bunch of rain delays and lightning delays, and but man, a great battle there as well. So that'll be a good one as well. So.
For the players, I mean, he just mentioned rain delays and weather delays. When those things are happening in real time, how do you guys make sure that you are mentally staying in tune with the game? Because those things can sometimes throw the course of things off. Like you can be rolling and then you come out there and you're flat. How do you guys keep yourselves mentally and physically in tune so that when those delays are over, you're ready to go back out there and continue doing the job that you were doing?
Yeah, I think I could say for mostly all of us that the biggest upside, I guess you could say, to keeping focused and locked in during those is we're filming from 4 or 5 angles every play, every down. So when we have those lightning delays, when we have those rain delays, instead of coming in the locker room messing around, we're coming in, watching film, learning from the first half, learning from the first couple drives, making the changes we need to make now so that it doesn't come back up later.
That's pretty cool. That's obviously new technology. You can literally you go back and take a look at things and make adjustments. And I think as coaches, you got to appreciate that.
Yeah, no, the capacity to watch film. It used to be so important to have coaches in the press box, and now it almost doesn't matter. We still do, but when you can just look at the tablet and see what just happened, it definitely, it's changed. I mean, there's part of it, honestly, there's part of it I don't like, because there's an expectation now that we should be getting better like every play, where it used to be in the old days, you didn't know you didn't know that you were blocking it wrong up front until Saturday afternoon, and you were irritated, but at that point, what could we have done, right? Where now it's like, man, we should have figured that out after 3 plays, so but yeah, that's a huge blessing. So,
did you want to answer that question as well?
What you got, Jace?
Yeah, kind of off of what Noah said. We got everything filmed for us, so it's a good way to just see what we're doing wrong and expand on that and make sure we're getting better every single play.
Coach, you brought up coaches no longer really having the need to necessarily be in the press box as much anymore because of the new advancements of technology and how they help out with games and game planning. Have you found it to be more effective if more of your coaches are on the sidelines and not in a press box?
I do. Typically now, some high school staffs are different. When I was in Texas, we kind of had some extra coaches almost that were in the press box. But, normally, and for us now, like if there's 2 coaches up there, there's 2 position coaches that aren't on the sideline. So, they can still get on a headset and talk to players, and they can do that. But substitutions of kids gets more difficult. You got one voice on the sideline that's directing 2 groups of players. Things get missed. So I do think there's some benefit. And I think if that benefit doesn't outweigh the visual piece, but if you can have the visual piece on the sideline with you, then it just doesn't matter as much. And the coaches like being down there. No coach really wants to go to the press box.
Right.
Not the stadiums we're playing at anyway. There's not like some box seating with food behind them. Maybe that would change things, but
Talking with Coach Jacob Spen of the Sarasota Christian Blazers. All right, what in your mind is a successful season?
I think to me, I want to see us win a playoff game. We lost the last game we played. We lost double overtime where we had a touchdown called back that would have won it. So that was tough. And then even the year before, so we're right there in that. And I think those are definitely big expectations for us. And that was something we were able to do in 8-man against and so I'd like to be at that level in 11-man. And I think that's certainly attainable. So
my final question for you is, does this team have a motto, mantra, or slogan that they are using for this season as a rallying cry of some sort?
We've got a lot of slogans that we use year over year that aren't necessarily specific maybe to that. We do, I think one thing that is probably pretty maybe super unique to us of the list of schools here, but being a Christian school, like we look at this as, hey, we want this to be an act of worship. Like what we do, we're using our talents and abilities to glorify God in that, and we want that to show. We actually grade that at the end of practice, and take that into a secular environment. Okay, well, if your team has whatever they've got skill set, we want to maximize that, in every aspect. You don't want to have, I don't want to get off the practice field like, that portion of practice, we were 7-on-7 was good, but team wasn't good, or special teams were struggling. Like, we want to go across the board, and so we talk about in an act of worship. We talk about the idea of one more, like, hey, okay, you get this rep, and then let's repeat that, and let's do one more, whatever that is, and then start stacking those one more, start stacking those good plays, start stacking those good efforts, and I think that's a mantra that I don't know if you were at a practice, you would hear those words. It wouldn't be like a rallying cry per se, but there's an attitude there that I think shows up in our players. So.
Well, it sounds like you've got a culture now that you're comfortable with.
Yeah, our kids have a ton of fun. I mean, it's like, and I talk to our kids about, hey, build an environment. You be the kind of person when you show up, they're glad you're there, and I think you see that just in the way our kids react. We have kids, and this is certainly true. We have kids playing football at our school that probably wouldn't play at you name the other school.
Right.
All right. Maybe not because they're not talented enough, but they're just not maybe that committed to football. Maybe basketball is their primary sport, or baseball. We have most of our kids are multi-sport athletes.
Right.
I mean, and so they're out there for different reasons, and we want it to be. I want to be part of a great team, and those teams love each other. They trust each other. They have a ton of fun. They're going to look back on their high school football days and. They probably won't remember their record, but they'll remember the guys that they hung out with. And you ask high school kids, I don't care what school you play for. Ask them what their favorite things are. They're going to talk about going out to eat, and bus rides, and locker room. They'll talk about the games some, but not really, because the other stuff's actually more fun when we get down to it. There's no stress in going out to eat together.
Right.
But 3rd down and 10, everyone's excited you make the big play. If you don't, everyone, and there's a lot of pressure on high school kids. Too much, right? I mean,
No, I agree with that.
It's too much.
Definitely agree with that. Yep. Jacob Spen, the head coach of the Sarasota Christian Blazers. Gentlemen, thank you very much for taking the trip down here. We certainly do appreciate it. Wish you nothing but the best of success and a healthy season.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Coach Spen. And that will do it. Xavier, we're done with the high school football preview for 2026. Again, we want to thank Francis Haynes and Josh McClendon with Vibrant Aspect Media for everything they do. We definitely want to thank Monty for providing all the food, and the showroom did a fantastic job decorating. I think this thing is really taken off to, even after now 4 years, it's hard to believe. It seems like it just goes by really quick, and certainly enjoy working with you.
Yeah, well, definitely enjoy working with you as well. It's always a joy to get to be a part of this. It's so exciting to see that football is right around the corner.
Yes.
And a lot of excitement ahead here on the Suncoast for sure.
All right, so that'll do it for John Masoni and for the entire crew. And for Xavier, I'm Spitz. Good night, everybody.